late planting season, which could affect agricultural productivity in those regions.
You know, because rain is supposed to end what? In October?
Yeah.
Last day. But for the planting calendar, you look at the end of the rain, in which the ground can hold up to 70 millimeters of rain. Okay? Because that can be like, you know, now we have been drinking. Maybe around something around, just a little bit around this one in this little thing here. So across the whole country, we're going to have late rain. That tells that even in November, we're going to have some drops of rain, okay?
The presentation further revealed that Freetown has consistently recorded the highest amount of rainfall over the past 3 decades, reinforcing the city's exposure to flooding. Highlighting the climate risk for 2025, the agency warned of a high likelihood of localized flooding, especially in urban and low-lying communities. Other predicted hazards include strong winds, thunderstorms, lightning, and upwelling factors that could pose threats to infrastructure, agriculture, and human safety. The Soil Meteorological Agency urges relevant authorities, farmers, and residents to take the necessary preparedness measures ahead of the peak of the rainy season.
The Minister of Finance, Sheikh Fantamadi Bangura, has officially launched the fiscal year 2025 Citizens Budget at a well-attended town hall engagement and press conference held at the Ministry of Finance conference room. The simplified version of the national budget is designed to improve public understanding of government spending priorities and to promote citizen participation in governance. Susanne Bassi reports.
To formally launch the Citizens Budget for the year 2025, I'm very proud of the job that has been done by NASED and our colleagues in the Ministry of Finance. All the efforts. Thank you very much.
The Citizens Budget aims to present the fiscal year 2025 national budget in clear and accessible terms, highlighting the government's commitment to improving the well-being and quality. Accessible terms, highlighting the government's commitment to improving the well-being and quality of life of Sierra Leoneans. Minister of Finance, Sheikh Fantamadi Bangura, emphasized that the government's budget priorities include reducing inflation, stabilizing the exchange rate, boosting agricultural productivity through the Feed Salon initiative, investing in infrastructure and innovation, enhancing human capital, and strengthening social protection for vulnerable populations.
That's why for the 2025 budget, we made our focus on ensuring that those gains that we started seeing, we try and consolidate the gains and try and identify programs and policies that will allow us to foster inclusion, the same economic resilience that we started having, so that we will improve on the quality of life of the people.
Chairman of the National Council for Civic Education and Democracy, Joseph Bindi, reaffirmed the Council's ongoing partnership with the Ministry of Finance, noting that since 2018, NASED has been developing the Economic and Financial Management Education Project, producing the Citizens' Budgets to ensure that all Sierra Leoneans, regardless of literacy level, understand the purpose and direction of national spending. He said this year, NASED has taken a step further by producing animation videos that translate content into all local languages.
NASED, that is the National Council for Civic Education and Democracy, will collaborate with the Ministry of Finance to develop a project we call the Economic and Financial Management Education, for where they will develop a citizens budget. And in that collaboration, the citizens budget is to break down the voluminous document or national budget into a version that every Sierra Leonean can understand.
As Sierra Leone moves forward with its national development agenda, the Citizens Budget stands as a crucial tool to bridge the gap between government action and public understanding, thereby ensuring every citizen has a stake in the country's progress. For SLBC News, Susanne Bassi reporting.
Well, it's now time for the entertainment update.
Hello and welcome to another exciting entertainment news with me, Abdul Mansari. In this edition of entertainment news, we'll bring you updates on Miss World Sierra Leone. Koyo Messiah has set to release new song C, and of course, Calibag's new comeback freestyle. Now, Lachiva, who won Miss Sierra Leone 2025, blew up the world with a breathtaking dress that told the powerful story of our beloved nation at the grand opening ceremony of the 72nd Miss World hosted in India. Her outfit wasn't just fashion, but also a statement. Adorned with traditional shells, every detail portrays Sierra Leone's rich heritage, vibrant culture, and enduring strength. Her performance, dance moves were outstanding and energetic. This is more than just a beauty pageant, it's also a moment of national pride.
Somalia.
Let the world hear our voices as Sierra Leoneans as we say, we stand with you Lachiva, and we are proud of you. And now to music. Koyo Messiah has set to release his new song titled C. The young star who has been up in his Creole rap game is making waves as fans are excited and anticipate the release of his new song.
What do you want? La buy. If couple day, la buy. Would I know what see we? Then die. I go buy you motoka, they drive. Let's out, bring fan, but give me foodie. Three can. Muko boy don't know how they treat that. They know the one pull gas power, but bring fan. Pan lamp no the shine past club light. Na couple we always they talk right. Broke boy don't hang much for kiss. But come on before we they not send me for off light. It is so sassy.
Well, that was a great song. Can't wait to hear it all. And finally, Tamba Bayo, aka Calibag, on recent times dropped a freestyle video on the internet, which shows his comeback after disappearing from the media face. Cali, who rose to fame after his unique rap performances at the AYV Cypher competition, was undefeated for 2 years in the AYV Cypher freestyle rap, and later got recognized and signed to a label known as Witchman Records. The rapper was battling with serious challenges, which causes his disappearance in the musical industry.
Yeah, watch out. Where did this, where did that, where did I go? I console flip song like a Paulo. I send skill beats, let them die go. Let them watch, let them make, let them I know. Me swag now like fruits in a pick game. No feel, no goal, but I kick game.
You carry up on the beach. Yo, I peep now my window, they fall on me dream, and all left on a pillow. Then they laugh me, they call me a willow. Come like a soldier, console like a Paulo. The bad that's where they are, I swear down a window. They call it with Emma, say new song with Davido. Baby so white, I call her albino. Back in the days that they begin comole, they not been the best, but I make them call it. Then jump for them, call them cheche pole. Every day I they pray, no they wait for pray. Every day we they pray, no they wait for pray. The blessing will coop us, I get for giveaway. Money then I road, but in get for delay. Me and my man, then we get for shire. Then see me funny like a shot my series. You will off for now, but if it's get for fine. If you not get money, but they not get for sign.
That was indeed a great way to come back. Cali, we hope the world embrace you and give you another chance. Well, that's all we have in this edition of Entertainment News. And now I've been your presenter, Abdul Mansari. Bye-bye.
And now to end the news, the main points again. The maiden edition of the Julius Maada Bio Leadership Colloquium has been held at the Bintumani Conference Center in Freetown. It was a platform that spotlighted the President's commitment to inclusive growth, good governance and sustainable development in Sierra Leone. The Minister of Finance, Sheku Fantamadi Bangura, has officially launched the fiscal year 2025 citizens' budget. A simplified version of the national budget is designed to improve public understanding of government spending and priorities and to promote citizens' participation in governance. And in a landmark initiative aimed at enhancing national security and interagency collaboration, the Sierra Leone Police, the Republic of Sierra Leone Armed Forces, the Sierra Leone Correctional Service, and the Sierra Leone Fire Force convened a workshop focused on security cooperation. The event took place at the Kingdom Police Hall in Freetown and brought together top officials and personnel from each agency to discuss success and areas that need improvement in terms of security coordination across the nation. Well, that's all we have time for in this edition of News Hour. Thanks for watching and keep watching the SLBC. Good night.
The ancient Greeks, people of intelligence and arrogance.
is Tuesday the 13th of May 2025. Good morning and warm welcome to your breakfast show. Good morning, Sierra Leone, the program that starts your day with analysis and different views on current events in the country. We are your presenters. I am Esther Sako.
And I am Francis Barrett, and our quote of the day is from Olafo Eliasin, and it says, access to electricity and light can radically improve people's lives.
Coming up in this edition of the program, the Minister of Information and Civic Education meets with Slbc staff.
Bumuna Hydroelectric Power Plants to shut down operation for 10 days.
And Sierra Leone Bike Riders Union Executive reacts to National Public Relations Officer Muhammad 18 Abiyu's allegations. On this note, we invite you to participate in the program by sending your text message to the number displayed on your screen or send your comments on our Facebook page at SLBC Live. The program is Good Morning Sierra Leone. Stay with us.
Good morning, Sierra Leone Live on TV, and we are broadcasting live from Broadcasting House, New England in Freetown. We start with one of our headline stories. Following a sit-down consultation meeting amongst members of staff of the Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation, SLBC, demanding better conditions of services from the government of Sierra Leone, the Minister of Information and Civic Education, Kenema, on Monday 12th May, engaged staff of the corporation after a 21 days ultimatum notice was issued by members of staff. But why is the minister engaging staff now after days of constructive consultation meeting aimed at improving the conditions of services? Well, with us in the program this morning is the Minister of Information and Civic Education, Kenema. Good morning, Mr. Minister, and welcome to the program.
Good morning. Thank you so much for having me, and hi to people out there.
So first, why are you smiling?
Because you said constructive consultations. You sounded like a politician. This was not a constructive consultation. It ended up being constructive, but it was a strike. It's okay, we can name it a strike. I'm content with that. I'm an activist. It was. I wish you had done it in a different way, but it was a strike. The station was off. People were out there protesting. That's okay.
All right, Mr. Minister, we still believe that we are on consultation.
Yeah. Okay.
So we move forward. Yesterday you were here with your team, and you discussed a lot of things, especially those dealing with the welfare of staff and other issues that staff members were asking for. So let's first of all know why you came.
Well, the corporation has been going through a bit of a difficult time, and we have been subjected to some bad news. Online, it seems like there are accusations and counter-accusations, some of them based on the truth, some of them based on half-truths, and some of them based on outright lies. Tempers were flaring, staff, some were issuing unpleasant threats, including the threats to burn down this building. And staff had issued an ultimatum with some reasonable demands about their welfare, and some, I think, demands that needed to be placed in their proper context. As the minister that is responsible for the sector, my first position was to study what are people asking for, what's the issue. I was taken aback by it because, as I said when I came yesterday, nobody had engaged me. At no point did any staff, management, anybody come to me and said, things are brewing, Mr. Minister, intervene. The laws of this country require that before you strike, you must put a notice 21 days. That was not done. I was about to jump on the station for Loco, and I saw a sign that SLBC staff were on strike. And on your page, by the way, you should correct that. It did say on the SLBC Facebook page, it said you're on a strike. Members of staff here commented that the station will remain black until their issues are met. That's the definition of a strike, but we're not going to argue too much about that. And then I was like, oh, okay, so we let the weekend, my colleague, Minister of Employment and Labor, Mohamed Ramanswari, I want to thank him for that, intervene initially to try to understand the issues. So I spent the weekend understanding and trying to see and watch every single video, and I said, okay, the step that is missing here is this engagement. So I reached out to Mr. Samora, who had been designated as the lead, and I said, Mr. Samora, let's have a constructive dialogue. So he was gracious enough to say the staff were willing to do that, which I want to thank members of the SLBC family for that. And they said something that I thought was very interesting. They wanted to engage with me without management, without the board, which I thought was smart. And so we came here with the permanent secretary and the president of SLAJ, and we had a constructive engagement on the three major issues that were listed in the ultimatum that the SLBC staff issued. Number one is the issue of staff welfare. It is without any doubt that members of the SLBC family have for years been treated unfairly, underpaid, overworked, and unjustly categorized. That's a fact. That is an indisputable fact. And so the agitation was, our welfare must improve. The question I ask is the how. I said, well, if you're just asking for pay raise, government's response is we gave you a 50% pay raise last year.
But there are still people that are having like 600 leons per month.
That is factually untrue.
We have people here, we have evidences, Mr. Minister.
No, I asked yesterday. I can tell you that. It's fine. Maybe you're being misinformed on that.
I know people here that works at the camera unit that are being paid 600 leons per month, Mr. Minister.
It's factually untrue. I was here yesterday. I asked everybody publicly. What I'm saying is, there are some people whose take home at the end of the day, the least person that we ended up resolving yesterday was 720. That was the least. That is also not right. But people were being paid below the minimum wage before. When we came, one of the first things I did was to fight for universal increases. Now, what I understand, having engaged with the staff, is that because the baseline was so unbearably low, even with what's mathematically would be considered a significant raise, because 50% is a big raise, but because the base was so low, it still leaves some people below the threshold. And we are committed, and I said to them, this is something that I'm an activist. I will join you in fighting this fight. We're going to fight, but let nobody misrepresent the fact. The board doesn't set your pay, the board doesn't fight against the pay. Staff had been misinformed about that. That's one. That comes from Consolidated Fund, HRMO, and the Ministry of Finance, and it is directed by the budget. Staff had been misinformed that, oh, they don't tell us by January we pay will change. That was a lie. That was a blatant lie. It's not possible, because that's only possible after it's been reflected in the budget, which comes through our ministry. That was not in the works, but staff had been misrepresented. So it's important that we lay those facts. And I said, the issue here is no longer pay rates. It's about pay equity and categorization. That's the issue here. Because if you are a university degree holder, some of you have multiple degrees, and you're still categorized as grade 2, that's unjust. When Samura mentioned that to me yesterday, my heart sank. That's not what is supposed to happen. That's not what President Bill wants for this institution. Somewhere along the line, something has gone wrong, and it has remained like that. And in fact, I've understood that successive management have continued to bring in people and pay them higher, whereas staff that have the legacy knowledge and resources here are kept below. You don't need to strike for that. This is something that we can engage on and we will fight together for, as long as when I'm here. So I'm saying on the staff welfare issue, we agreed, we create a line of communication between the staff and myself directly. We agreed, but for me to act on that, for example, there's a lot of misinformation out there. And because sometimes it's to trigger tempers, people say things that are not factually true. For me to act on that, I need one thing. And this was in the DG's 100-day plan. When I first met with her, one of the things I asked her to do a staff audit. We need to know everybody that's here, how much they're paid, what's their minimum and maximum qualification, how long they have worked here, and what's their current grade. Because that's the information that I'm going to use to go to HR, to go to cabinet, to go to Ministry of Finance, so I can work from a position. That's why I said nobody ever came to me. So I should work from a position. So I was saying on radio just now, me, I'm half Mende. In Mende, we say if you ask me to help you, we lift the load, we put it on your head, not on my head. Some of the work has to be done by management to get the foundational work done. And then we'll take it. I can assure you, and I committed to staff yesterday, I will not work on it tomorrow. If it comes to me today, I will take my own 2 feet and go straight to HRMO and start the conversation.
Mr.
And
Minister,
I'm committed to taking it as well to cabinet.
Mr. Minister, I'm quite sure you are aware of the SLBC issue. It has been a long-term issue. Even your predecessor was here many times back, and they were still discussing the SLBC issue. So when you assume Minister, are you telling us that you are not aware about the SLBC issue?
No, I said just last year, when the administration was pay raise, we gave 50% pay raise.
There are a lot of issues against the apart from salary increment.
No, look, every institution in Sierra Leone has issues. The Ministry of Information has issues. We don't have a single directorate. We currently are supposed to have 5 directorates functioning. I have not a single director. I have no staff in the ministry. What we're doing there is a miracle. We've asked HRMO PSC to hire our staff. We've advertised. We're still waiting. We should have 5 directorates. We only have 1 acting director. Correct. Our staff size, they have approved our 100 new additional staff. We still don't have it. They were talking here about car. My deputy doesn't have a car. When I became a minister for 8 months, I used my private car and my former NGO car. We have issues. This is not a competition of issues. This is a question of what can we strategically engage and what can we solve. And in this case, I believe, I happen to agree with you, that the issue of the equity, the justice of how you're paid here is critical. This is the pride of our nation. The people that work here, you work hard, you represent us, you're the face of the country to the outside world. We have to make sure that we treat you with absolute dignity. Nobody needs to convince me of that. Nobody needs to protest against me or against the board for that. This is something we can work on. That's the point of strategic engagement. But there were 2 other issues on the protest list. Number 2 was the so-called release of the ACC report. And I asked the staff, you want to look at the past or you want to look at the present? It's important. But ACC's report is ACC's proprietary, not mine. So I don't know why you're including that in your list of demands. ACC reports are not often public. ACC has done many reports. They have investigated many things. What they do is at the end they issue a summary conclusion with a press statement. You're not entitled to the ACC report. This is a confidential document. I said, yes, I've seen it because I'm the minister. But when they gave it to me, they slammed at the top of it, confidential, do not share. So I said very clearly, if I violate that, when I take an oath as minister, as member of cabinet, I take an oath to respect secrecy laws. If I take that report now with the rights are clearly confidential, I give to you, I will have violated the laws. I can lose my job for that. So I said to them, it's okay. If you want to see the report, you can. There are ways to do that. You can write to ACC. Again, you don't need to protest for that. You can use freedom of information laws, and ACC can say, this is the reason why we're not giving you the report, but we can give you this. And I can make clear to you what the recommendations were. Okay. It is clear that SLBC for years has been badly run. There's been mismanagement here. It was clear. I came here, I suspended the entire management.
So, Mr. Minister,
it's not like you want the reports. It's to see the same thing that was what we just acted on. His Excellency changed the entire leadership.
So the same people are here. So the staff, members of staff are of the opinion that these people who were part of the whatever institution who were named, who the recommendation. You had a meeting with us. You did a meeting with us. You had a meeting with us here. Okay, we've had other people naming people here. We've had names, and we know we have not seen the report, but we heard of names and we know them. They are still working with us here, and staff members are of the opinion that with these people around, the same issue is just going around, and that is what is haunting the SLBC.
But
don't you think so?
The staff won't get a different outcome by seeing the report. That's what I was asking him. What do you want? You don't hire and fire. If you see a report that says this person was involved in the bad management and financial misappropriation, that doesn't mean you have the power to change the person.
So what is the role of the ministry in that?
That's the role of the act. See, the act is where the problem was. When I came yesterday, it was clear to me. People have worked here 20 years and never taken the time to read the act. Slbc is a corporation owned by the board of trustees. It's not a board of directors, it's a board of trustees. They control the corporation. The act says the corporation hires and fires. They have the power to do that. The DG acts at the behest of the board of trustees. The DG reports to and is supervised by. It's not just an oversight. It's supervised by the board. The board can hire and fire all of you here by the act. I didn't write the act. It was 2010. I was not even yet close to coming to this position. It's been like that. It was written for a very specific era, coming out of the war, thinking about Britain and public broadcasting institutions and the way they were structured. That's the foundational problem. The issues you're having, that's the third point that was in your demand. They say, oh, fire the board. I said, you don't even understand how the board is constructed. The board is not a corporate board. We didn't wake up one morning and just put 6 people here that we can just fire. If you fire the board, you could lead to a constitutional crisis. Why? Because the Slbc board, by the act, can only be constituted by statutory representation. We go to bar association, we say, do you give one person? It was a struggle to get them to give us one person, but that's what the act says. Sierra Leone Institution of Engineers, they give us one person. We go to Council of Primary Chiefs. So you want President Bill to wake up one morning and just say, I fired all these people. So I said, the problem with your demand is you have not read the act. What you should do, the first stage we should do is to say, okay. I said, if there's a problem, let's focus on solving the problem. Don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. So you're having challenges with the board. The act helps us. It says, for example, on things like fees and remunerations and money with the board, that's where the minister has power. The board has the power to set its own fees, but to be approved by the minister. So if they set a fee and I can come in and say, that's the relationship I should have with the DG, we can change things. We can now say to the board these kinds of things. But this was the problem, that we did not know what was in the act. So what I did yesterday was to bring 20, 30 copies of the act and 30 copies of the summary of the act, because some of it is a bit convoluted language, and I distributed it around. And when staff read it, I think there was a bit of a eureka moment where everybody was like, people will approach this a little bit different. And that's why I took my time before coming here to understand what is the problem, so we're all on the same page. The DG works for the board. That's your boss. I'm being very clear on that. The DG works for the board, not even for me. She works for the board. So if your boss tells you do something, you don't look at your boss in the face and say, no, I need to do that. That's what you do at point inside. You find a way, what's the counterpoints to your boss for you to now get to what you need to do. So some of the tensions, we're going to resolve them. And I've committed to the staff to that. We're going to work together to say, this threshold issue, for example, 20K is too small, it's too low. It will lead to too much of a problem here. But there has to be controls as well. The DG can need a car, but the DG does not have the right to use the corporation's money without approval from the board. That's what the act says. If she uses that corporation money to go and rent a car, she should seek approval from the board. If she needs to travel, like when I want to travel, as minister, I still go to finance, I need to get concurrence. His Excellency the President has to give me executive clearance for me to travel. Even if a partner, let's say UNDP, is paying for me to travel for a trip, I cannot just go without the express approval of His Excellency. So the board, the DG has to go through the same thing. So it's just a question. That's why I said yesterday, nobody's wrong, nobody's right. What has happened here is misunderstanding. We have not read the act that governs all of us. Good fences make for good neighbors. We don't need to be friends. But if the lines are drawn, everybody knows I'm power attack beside it. Everybody does.
So Mr. Minister, in all of this, you are the supervisory ministry. Correct. And you are
which the act specifically is the only act of all the 8 institutions under me It's the only act that says it prohibits me from interfering. The act,
politically.
no, it says the minister is prohibited from interfering. It is there. So that is why I say to people, when I first came here and I went to set aside the management, remember when I suspended the management, I got a lot of flack that I had violated the act. So I went and studied that act, my sister. And I decided, and the reason why I sought executive clearance to do what I did then is because there was no board, because the tenure of the board had expired and we were in the interim period. So I basically assumed the power of the board, which I can justify. But as long as there's a board, keep in mind the board is approved by His Excellency, is appointed by His Excellency, approved by Parliament, same way as the DG. So they both have extensive powers. So where their powers are going to be limited now is what the act says. Who say you tap? Who say you do? Where you have an issue, you don't. You come to
So, Mr. Minister, in as much as the Act is saying that you should not interfere into the affairs of the SLBC, but even when staff when we were on our consultation, your name was called. Some of us have this feeling that yes, the minister should be here, the minister should be able to mediate between these two.
You did this when I was in Port Loco. You waited for me when I was doing my civic day in Port Loco. That's when you did the strike. So I don't know how I could have been in Port Loco at the same time here.
So, Mr. Minister, staff members still believe that you should be able to bring these two people. Yes, because you know what is happening now. The staff are suffering because of the issue between the board and that of the management. You know, in Creole they say where two elephants fed the grass.
I want to bring it. I want pull up elephant. I want to say where mama and papa live. And the beginning is over. That's why I started saying to the staff, your parents are fighting. It is not your job to start saying. Then they can pull papa in the house. Your job should be, let's make peace between mama and papa. The board and management are like your parents. Yeah. You are the kids in this fight.
So, Mr. Minister, have you in any way engaged the board before this? Because you know it has been just the staff members and that of the management. Because you know, again, some of the interviews granted by the chairperson of the board. A lot of allegations. Also another issue. In fact, it's like we are doing everything in public instead of doing it in-house, which is very, very disgusting.
It's bad for the reputation of the institution, and it's bad for all the parties involved. And I think this comes from, again, the mistakes were made in terms of how we engage with each other, and the fact that there's not been enough frank, cordial, respectful engagement. I've asked all parties to please lay down their arms and for us to talk to each other. This is why I've asked your staff, set aside the strike. Issues you are raising are legitimate. Don't get involved with the board. You have nothing to do with the board. You want money, you want your staff welfare. That's on you. You don't have anything to do with the board. The act is clear. It's the board's job to ensure that they have financial controls and management. So ask yourself, is the corporation being run well, and what do we need to do to ensure that you have access to your resources? So that's why I said separate. But you're right on what my role is as an arbiter, as a supervisor, and we have called for an extraordinary board meeting that I will attend. Keep in mind the DG. When I was saying to the staff, I said, when you're saying dissolve the board, the DG is a member of the board. The DG's position derives from the board, so you have to also be careful. So the DG and the board will have a meeting. I've met with them, spoken to them separately. I've begged all parties. This is just a misunderstanding. As I said, everybody's right. The board is right. There should be financial controls. I'm sorry. That I'm very clear about. The DG cannot take the corporation's money, even when it is for good reason. She has to seek approval. But the level of the approval and the freedom that they should give the DG is where we should find the balance. And we're going to find that balance. So we're going to have a meeting with the board today. In fact, we're going to sit down with the DG. We're going to find a way to bring this issue to a close. I've told them to stop all these insinuations. I've pleaded with you, the staff, to stop all this. By the way, you say my name was being mentioned. One issue that they kept mentioning our name was somehow that the ministry had taken equipment that was meant for SLBC and converted it to the ministry. I don't like using religion just rhetoric, but that is a lie from the pit of hell. It's a disgusting lie, wherever that came from. I said I have a reputation. I've worked in public office close to 30 years. I will never steal. I will never be corrupt. And God forbid, I will never take something that belongs to an agency that is supposed to combat into mine. They said, oh, ECOWAS being here. ECOWAS has never given any equipment to us that we combated. The Ministry of Information and Civic Education wrote a proposal to UNDP last year, at the start of last year, for us to combat Miata conference. Remember when we came, we were doing our press conferences at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. We were using SL Media cameras. We were then renting sound. We were renting cameras. We were renting mics, everything. And I said, how can a Ministry of Information rent every single thing you need for something that you do every week? That's a waste. So one of the things I did was to set in place a motion that in 1 year, everything we are outsourcing, we should own in-house. So today, I can proudly sit here and tell you, the Ministry of Information, despite all the problems I just told you, we have no directorate, we have no this, we have no that. We have a state-of-the-art sound system. We can now do indoor and outdoor program that's owned by the ministry, so government doesn't have to spend money on that every week. We have 5 state-of-the-art cameras that we can use to live video our events. We have our own mics and our own system. We have our own camera, and we have our own digital screens that we can use to also relay. And what we do with that, as soon as we got those, we reached out to SLBC. We were so excited to reach out to SLBC. Because when SLBC used to come, they used to complain that, oh, if they have multiple events, the one camera don't go under, the other good camera not there. So I told them, when you come to our events now, you don't need to bring cameras. We can call your technical operators to just come. We will give you feed, high quality feed, and we can work together. And that was used against us. Say, they don't get the camera there, when I'm from the SLBC, then they call me now for cam. You see, the first casualty in any misunderstanding, in any fight, is the truth. First, people use fake news to stir you up. The more I use, I think some people don't want to use them for people vex for me. I see all the posts for me, all say, Mr. Minister, I'm disappointed in her.
Okay, Mr. Minister, moving forward, what would you want to say to staff of the SLBC with regards to this issue? Because many staff are saying they want the condition of service, and you refer to the other demands as unreasonable demands. In your state, when you started, you said we had reasonable demands and unreasonable demands. So for the reasonable demands, how soon will we get to see the changes in these areas that members of staff are actually calling for, because it's a long-term issue, as you stated?
So I want to say to staff of SLBC, first of all, thank you for your service to this country, your patriotic sacrifice for years, the issues you have raised, especially around staff welfare. In fact, that's the issue I'm focused on. It's legitimate, it's reasonable, and I am outraged that this situation is what it is today. In me, you have a friend, an ally, a minister that will walk foot to foot, toe to toe with you to solve this problem. It's not about pay increase, because government, to be fair, gave a 50% pay increase last year. It's not small. 50% pay increase last year. This is about pay justice. It is about equity issue. It's about placing people in the levels where they're supposed to be. It's about grading system. That's a fight that I can assure you I will lead. We will change it. Mark my words. I don't have the power to do it on my own. I like to be clear on what I can do. I am guided by the law. I can push. I can table a paper to cabinet. I'm going to look at all options. I'm going to engage with HRM. I'm going to push for SLBC entire staffing system to be regraded. But it's also going to require some sacrifices on behalf of SLBC. If there are staff here who have just been here for 20 years, they get 5 degrees, but they can't work in a duo, we'll get rid of that staff. We're going to work to do that. We'll make sure that when we redo this regrading system, it's based on performance, and that the people, the monkey the way they work, not the monkey they forget.
Okay, Mr. Minister, finally, maybe before we let you go, we are presenters. We are concerned about the output of what we do. No, we are concerned. You know, we are talking about cameras. We are talking about the changing of the SLBC.
Have you started using the Chinese camera?
No, I think we are still. Well, that's a question for management. But as you can see,
I came here and I received those cameras almost 2 months ago now or something.
So maybe because the renovation is ongoing, we also want to see
the cameras can be put here.
You know what the minister can do as a minister. You know, before you leave, you must be proud if you can leave a legacy to say yes, I actually changed the whole SLBC setting, especially when it comes to our studios. You know, we have been broadcasting on green screen, for heaven's sake. You know, we have little things that we can do to change that whole situation, but it's just not happening. We don't know how you can come in. We know this has nothing to do with our consultation anymore, but it has to do with the development of the SLBC and how our output could be improved.
Look, I have said very
And you
publicly,
spoke about digitalization yesterday.
Correct.
Maybe you need to throw light on it as well.
I've said very publicly that my legacy is going to be tied a lot with what we do at SLBC. I'm committed to that. The things you just mentioned, green screen and all that, it's actually a shame. This is the oldest broadcaster in sub-Saharan Africa. We must do better. President Bill was Minister of Information. In fact, he was the youngest. I like to call myself the youngest, but it's a technicality. He was Secretary of State for Information. Me, I'm Minister of Information because it was a military government. And he's committed to this institution. The work we did with the Chinese to get the equipment is in that direction, but there's a lot more that we need to do. You mentioned digitalization. We just started the study to get that done. I can assure you this is something, it's a very expensive process. President Bill is committed to. I've written proposals. We have the package ready. We've submitted to the Saudis. We're submitting to the Iranians. We're looking for the right partner. But first we needed to do the study. The study is ongoing. I can assure you now it's done. It's gone through procurement, finances approved. That's something that's in my control. So when I say to SLBC staff, I care about you, for me, that's my own power. That's what I could focus on. This building here, just 2 weeks ago I was fighting, including at security levels. They wanted to use it for something else. I said, no, it belongs to SLBC. We're going to keep it. We're looking for money. We've developed a proposal as well for what we can do to transform this building. We're trying to look for the right partner to get the resources. We don't have the partner yet, but those are the things I want to do for us to get a facelift of this place, for you to have a state-of-the-art studio equipment to change this place so you can take pride in the place you work. Because SLBC is not just for you, it's the lens through which kids and the world look at us in Sierra Leone.
Thank you very much. He is Chair Oba and he is Minister of Information and Civic Education. He has been talking to us about the issue between, well, I don't know how to say. You know, we had a consultation. And the minister
We still
was
insist it's a consultation.
Yes, it is. Thank you very much, and we hope to get you back and wish you all the best, even as you plan to give a facelift to this institution.
Well, it's time for us to go for a short break, and when we come back, we continue the program. The program you're watching is Good Morning Sierra Leone. Stay with us.
As a mother of the house, whenever I want to prepare palm soup, there's no need pounding palm fruit. All I need is Nkulenu's Ghana's original palm soup base. My soup is done, and its preparation, it is not difficult at all. Nkulenu palm soup base, it's easily done with no difficulties. Just take few ladles and your soup is done. And its flavor, it's amazing. This is Nkulenu's Ghana's original palm soup base. And this is Nkulenu's Ghana's original spiced palm soup base. Iron fruit and turkey berries are naturally added.
Also available brown gold natural cocoa powder, sunny gold brown sugar, neat fufu flour, shito, pisa and moringa. All available at Nyami Ado Enterprise, 1 Lower Waterloo Street, Freetown.
Nkulenu palm soup base.
Ghanaian original taste.
You're watching this Good Morning Sierra Leone live on the SLBC, and you can be part of the program by sending your text message to the number displayed on your screen or send your comments on our Facebook page at SLBC Live. Well, we return the conversation to electricity. Bona hydroelectric power plants located on the Sali River in Tokolele district of Sierra Leone, the country's major source of generating electricity with an output of 50 megawatts, will shut down its operation for 10 days. But why is the hydroelectric power plant shutting down its operation for 10 days amidst the current electricity challenges faced in the capital and elsewhere? To help us answer the question, we have in the program this morning Sanepo, the communications manager for EDSA. Good morning, Sanepo, and welcome to the program.
Thank you. I'm pleased to be here.
It begs the question, as you heard from my intro, why is the hydroelectric power plant shutting down amidst a lot of electricity challenges in the capital?
Thank you very much. I will start off from where you submitted to say we have electricity challenges in Freetown. A few months ago, we did publish a load shedding plan, and the objective of that plan was to inform members of the public, especially consumers of electricity, on the date, the time, and the period they should expect electricity and when they will be off power supply, so that they can plan themselves, ensure that they know exactly that within this period to this period it's my turn to have electricity. But also we did mention in our press release that if within the brackets indicated in the load shedding schedule you do not get electricity supply, it's also expected from your end to contact EDSA and make reports. It may be for several reasons. Probably you have a sectional outage, probably there is a partial outage, probably you have an internal issue that requires urgent attention. So we made that very visible in the press release. What also was very clear in the press release was that along the lines, the schedule we said was not static, but however, once we get additional generation capacity, we'll endeavor to review the schedule and ensure we close in the gap with regards power unavailability to customers. And I'm happy to say from the time we published that press release to date, we've made tremendous improvements within the load shedding activity. What has happened is we have two types of networks. We have the 11 kV network and we have the 33 kV network. We are pleased to say within the 11 kV network, based on additional generation capacity from car power, from Makut and from Nigata engines, we've been able to increase the generation capacity, hence reduction in the load shedding activity. So now, residents within central business districts, some part of the east and some part of the west, do get continuous power supply. Also, we are also saying customers that are connected on the 33 kV, which are those customers residing in the far west and the far east, are still within the load shedding activities as published earlier on, which is to say you get 1 day in, 1 day out.
Therefore, with this load shedding, we still have areas that are having issues when it's their turn to have
so that
electricity.
is why I did mention in my earlier submission that we even made clear in the press release that there are if you do not get electricity based on the indicators on the load shedding plan, then it is also your responsibility to contact EDSA. That is why we publish numbers, contact numbers. You call EDSA and report that I believe today is my time to get power supply, but I haven't seen power. So now it is our responsibility to contact our substations within communities. Mind you, we have substations right across our operational areas. You come to Bufis, we have substations. You go to Waterloo, you go to Godrich, you go to LNT, you go to Kintop, all over we have substations. We have professional engineers and technicians, and we have standby vehicles to ensure once complaints are reported, they go swiftly to investigate and where necessary institute resolution. So 100% of that component is relies on the customers. We expect that if you experience power outage, you report. But also we have our guys that do patrol our lines on a daily basis, and once they identify problems, they could immediately institute maintenance and repairs.
No, let's talk about this.
So the shutdown, that's why I'm coming. I started off from where she submitted. So now we are talking about Bumbuna. Bumbuna is one of our sources of power generation. We have Bumbuna, we have car power, of course, we have Makot, we have the Nigata engines that are operational, we have Serengeti, we have CLSG. These are all a mix of power generation. So for Bumbuna, especially during the rains, we get our base load, bulk of our power from the Bumbuna hydropower electric dam. And we all know that during that period, we get sustainable power supply. But what we've been doing over time is to ensure that we have, the Bumbuna is operated by a contractor called Wilby, and we work in line with our sister company, the Electricity Generation and Transmission Company. So every year at this period, it's slated, it's scheduled that the Bumbuna hydropower should undergo repairs and maintenance. The objective of that repairs and maintenance, one, is to prolong the lifespan of the dam. Two, is to continue to increase the efficiency of the dam. Three, is also to maintain the different components of the dam, because mind you, and also it's also meant to prevent future problems from occurring within the operations of the dam. That is to say, this maintenance is being taken because we want to ensure that once we get into the rains, we operate at maximum frequency without any interruption. But you and I know, if maintenance are not being undertaken when it comes to engines, when it comes to operations, then one is liable to face challenges during the course of operation. So this maintenance is required. And now, even as we speak, Bumbuna is not supplying much to the grid because of the season. We are still in the dries, and because of the level of water in the dam, it cannot give us much output. Right now we get from Bumbuna around 2, 3, 4 megawatt, no more than 4 megawatts. So, and also we have to drop some of the power at in Makeni and Maguluka before it comes to Freetown. So what we are doing now is, yes, of course, with the shutdown that is scheduled to take place on the 19th of this month, and it will end on the 29th for a period of 10 days. So we are expected, as a responsible institution, we've met as a sector with the leadership of the sector, Honorable Dr. Kanu, we've met with sector players to ensure that once the maintenance commences, we are able as a sector to ensure that the deficit that is being created by the shutting, because of the shutting down, we should be able to complement. So now what we are doing is we are going to use our other sources of generation. We have the Nigata engines at Kinton. We have, of course, car power ship currently is our base load. We'll see if need be, we increase on their generation capacity. We also have the thermal plants at Kinton, as I said. We'll see if it's possible to increase on their output capacity. We also have Makot, because Makot is a renewable solar plant. It's now giving us an output of 10 megawatts, but it's expected that within the next 1 to 2 weeks, we'll have an addition of 15 megawatts, which gives us a total of 25 megawatts, which is huge. That's going to add on the generation capacity. So we are confident that within Freetown, we will not experience much power deficit when it comes to, Bumbuna undertaking maintenance activity. But it's also going to affect Makeni and Maguluka. So what we're doing as a responsible sector is we've engaged with our sister company AGTC. They have thermal plants in Makeni and Maguluka, so they are going to ensure that the source fuel, so that those engines could be powered. But what we know we are going to do as a sector is we are going to institute load shedding within Makeni and Maguluka, because Makeni is very big now and Maguluka is also growing over time. So we ensure that on a daily basis, customers within those areas will get access to electricity. Where there are challenges, we will also inform them accordingly to state that this is what you should expect and this is what we can provide as a sector.
Okay, so you made mention of a lot of power generation options by EDSA, but we still have electricity challenges in Freetown and other parts of the country. Where is the problem, Nepo? Time also
yes,
we talk about the challenges with regard to electricity.
I'm pretty sure you are aware of some of the challenges because we have conversations on that. We know obviously that we are not yet where we want to be as a sector. Our roadmap dictates that we should provide uninterrupted electricity supply to residents of not just Freetown but Sierra Leone as a whole. So we've been working towards achieving that. That is why in months back the sector lead came out, engaged the media and spoke about the roadmap, the short-term plan, the medium-term plan and the long-term plan. Those plans he published out were informative and he spoke about the fact that first, for the short-term plan, we're going to ensure we have Makots that I've just spoken about to have 25 megawatts. He spoke about the Nigata engines, they are now on. He spoke about the Wastila engines, they are now undergoing maintenance, that will be completed. Those are the short-term plans. He also spoke about Respite project, which is going to provide 40 megawatts in Freetown and the Newton. We already have a station at Newton, but this is going to be a complement. We're going to have 40 megawatts added to the existing capacity at Newton. We're going to have 10 megawatts added to the operations for
so in all of this,
so we've always said energy is not a quick fix. It takes time. If you start a project today, there are deliverables. Probably this one I'm telling you about, the Respite project, should be completed within 1 year. By December to January, we should be able to commission that project.
So in all of this, where does this installation that you are doing along this region, along the highways, where does it fall?
So that's the network distribution infrastructure. Also, mind you, we have the generation component. You have to provide generation for the people, but also you need to provide the transportation, which is the network distribution. We have cables, we have poles, we have transformers, we have LV panels. Even if you have 1,000 generation source, if you can't transport it, it becomes useless. So we are reinforcing, we are rehabilitating, and we are strengthening our distribution network infrastructure to ensure that once we are able to achieve those sources of planned generation availability, then we should also be able to have the transportation means, which is the distribution infrastructure, to take power from one point to another. Just imagine we are getting power from CLSG, Ivory Coast. Just imagine the span of line. That is because there is transportation capacity. That is why we are getting that power. We are also getting power from Bumuna. Bumuna is not within Freetown. It is far from Freetown. So because we have network distribution infrastructure, we can be able to get that power in Freetown. So that is why also within Freetown we are going to ensure that we've started this process for years now. We have the ESOP project, and we have ESOP additional financing now that is ongoing, and we have another project called the Eastleigh project. If you go to places like if you go to Aberdeen Roundabout, you see we have, just by the police station, there's a big structure. That's our structure. That's one of the primary substations we have. We will build 5 of that within Freetown. You go to Waterloo, we go to Jue, we go to Wellington, you go to Aberdeen, I just mentioned, we have another place, it's 5. And there are also plans to ensure that we have more primary substations so that we could have the capacity to evacuate more power to our people.
It's good to hear, and we wish you all the best even as you implement, so that we go with uninterrupted electricity.
That has been a challenge for the longest time.
So, well, it's now time for us to review some of the stories making the headlines in our local tabloids for today. And my first take for today is the Premier News newspaper. The Premier News newspaper: government targets high-risk groups for mpox vaccination amid surge in cases, and Sierra Leone records major health gain. And finally, Chief Justice to establish specialized courts for electricity cases.
Well, my first pick here is the Elko newspaper, and its banner headline states, Sierra Leone shifts gears in mpox fight, prioritizes hospital-based care. Sierra Leone gears up for National Health Summit, a push for innovation, workforce growth, and better services. Well, the stories and many more you can find on the Ahoko newspaper.
Well, from the Ahoko, we go to the Concord Times. Concord Times, Sierra Leone cracks down on tax non-compliance amid deepening revenue crisis, and questions Kwedu Holdings scholarship claim. MOH announces National Health Summit and awards. These stories plus more. And for those of you who are interested in sport, you can also go out there and grab the Concord Times newspaper.
Yeah, speaking to Satellite newspaper, and its banner headline says, as new more dangerous strain of the virus identified, mpox cases on the rise. SLCBV says lifetime leadership in Financial Service Awards. SLPHADG backs Distinguished Leadership Awards. Well, these stories and many more you can find on the Satellite newspaper.
With the exclusive newspaper, I know the politics is time is coming close, and we have more political stories. I was born APC, I will die APC. Dr. Ibrahim Bangura tells APC supporters this goes to the picture of one of the aspirants for the flag bearership of the APC. And another political story, 28 constituencies declare for Mansour Doumbouya. This has to do with the ruling SLPP. And final, on the front page of the exclusive newspaper, real estate shopping and London council flat issue, Fatima Bio hits back. These stories plus more you find in the exclusive newspaper.
My final pick is the Omenes Times newspaper, and its banner headline states, at the Julius Maada Bio Leadership Colloquium event, Nigeria's Osinbajo praises President Bio's leadership. AfriMoney unveils agent, mobile app sell, and win promo. ECSL begins consultation to shape future of elections. Well, these stories and many more you can find on our Awareness Times newspaper. Well, viewers, we must quickly know that these headlines does not reflect the views of the SLBC, but the views of the various newspapers that we have read out. Well, from there, we still have Nepal.
Well, so if you had to rate your current output, on 100% basis, what will you say?
We're making progress.
We're
making a progress in the sense, if you compare apple for apple, for instance, if you compare last year at this time to this year, you'll agree with me that we've made progress. I mean, every year in, year out to ensure that we plan for the year to come. So for this year, all the plans we made last year, we've been able to achieve some of those plans, even though not all, which is to say we are making progress. You just mentioned that you saw some rehabilitation along the line. That's progress.
So I must commend you people, because I used to always quarrel with Nepal, especially on TV. In my community we have this twin community where they supply us on an alternative base, but sometimes the other community has been benefiting over the other community. But for the past 6 months, I think you've tried.
Yes, of course.
Even though we don't have enough, we are doing it according to your schedule.
We are still having challenges.
Yes, we still have.
So that is why we say, as management, as a responsible sector, we want to ensure equity in the supply of electricity.
Okay.
That's why we say, if you have challenge,
today we lost.
that's why
They're not charging him.
you report to ETSA, but also you read something on the newspaper that has to do with ETSA. Establishment of a fast track court. I was going to talk about that anyways. So now, yes, of course. So now, quick one. With all of the developments and plans within the energy sector, we are also challenged in the sense we are faced with vandalism of our distribution network infrastructure. We are faced with massive theft of electricity. So that is hindering our progress as a sector and as an authority. So what we did was, the chairman, board of director, Engineer Andrew Kelly, contacted the CJ through the Ministry of Energy. So now a meeting was held with the Chief Justice and his team, and they assured us that they are going to establish a fast track court which will deal with ETSA and electricity related matters.
How soon?
Very soon.
Okay.
So that court is going to ensure if you are caught stealing electricity, you'll be charged.
Okay.
If you are caught vandalizing ETSA's infrastructure, you'll be brought to that court. But also we are going to make known, we have a policy we are working on which is called the whistleblower policy. That is, we're going to encourage members of communities to report any issue of theft and vandalism. Once you report, we ensure we compensate you and we do the matter.
Okay, many thanks there. Many thanks there to you, Sir Nepo, the communications manager for HEDSA, as he has been taking us, as I said, to the Bumbuna hydroelectric dam will be closed for 10 days. Well, to every good thing, let's come to an end. That's how we draw the curtains of Good Morning Sierra Leone that came to you from the Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation from Freetown. Many thanks to our producer, William Wise.
And to all of us here at Broadcasting House, and to our guests, Anepo, and the Minister of Information and Civic Education, Cherino Pad. We have to go, but quickly a reminder of our quote of the day, which is from Olafo Ileasin, and it says, access to electricity and light can radically improve people's lives. Frances Bernard is my name. Wishing you a wonderful day. Good morning.
As a mother of the house, whenever I want to prepare palm soup, there's no need pounding palm fruit. All I need is Nkulenu's Ghana's original palm soup base. My soup is done, and its preparation, it is not difficult at all. Nkulenu palm soup base, it's easily done with no difficulties. Just take few ladles and your soup is done. And its flavor, it's amazing. This is Nkulenu's Ghana's original palm soup base. And this is Nkulenu's Ghana's original spiced palm soup base. Iron fruit and turkey berries are naturally added.
Also available brown gold natural cocoa powder, sunny gold brown sugar, neat fufu flour, shito, pisap and moringa. All available at Nyami Ado Enterprise, 1 Lower Waterloo Street, Freetown.
Nkulenu palm soup base.
Ghanaian original taste.
We are the national broadcaster, and I am Sulaiman Baba Toure, a reporter and presenter at the SLBC. Your voice, my voice.
From the commercial department, I am Regina Bangura. You are watching SLBC. Your voice, my voice.
I am Jonathan Turner, a reporter for Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation, SLBC. As a reporter, I do stories on education, health, politics, and more. Stay glued with SLBC to watch my stories. Your voice, my voice.
Star, sorry for the loss of your properties. As the head of the family, you need to be strong. Tell me something. What really caused the fire?
Sorry to interrupt, sir. He won't be able to say anything for now.
Why?
Because he just lost thousands of dollars he collected yesterday. Standing by for a business transaction tomorrow. It happened right in front of me. I was watching TV when the light was taken. So I turned off the TV and fan from the switch. Few minutes later, the light came again. And I saw cable caught fire and started burning. That is when I rushed outside shouting for help. My people, see what EDSA has done to us.
No, my dear. Not all fire accidents are caused by EDSA. There are many factors. Sometimes it could happen as a result of the substandard second class or third class cable we normally use to electrify our buildings. If the cable you use is 80% aluminium and 20% copper, within a short period of time, it will develop carbon and turn to dust. So when the light goes off and comes on again, because of the low quality and less copper, it will catch fire. So that is why it is advisable to use KMB cable from Bisomola Enterprises at number 59 Shani Apata Street, Freetown. For easy access, enter from Eastern Police Station, just a few meters to your left-hand side, opposite the church. KMB cables, a high quality and original cable which is 100% copper, and if bought, 50 years warranty will be given, which can last you almost forever. So rush now to Bisomola Enterprise sales agent and get your high quality KMB cables for a reasonable cost.
Excuse me, my brother. Please take me right away to Bisomola Enterprise. I was on my way to purchase cables and different electrical accessories to electrify my new house.
Are you really ready?
Oh, yes.
Then enter my car. Let's go.
Wow! Most recent electrical rechargeable fans. Big fans, 8 hours recharge, and small fans, 4 hours recharge.
That is just the beginning. Take a look at the first class original UK energetic bulb with different size and colors. And it's also durable.
Quality Sikelo, durable with best prices.
Standard socket and extension with 2,500 watts. 100% original from the UK.
What? Unique high quality solar street lights of all sizes and original changeover from 32 amp to pole 63 amp, to pole 100 amp, 3 pole 100 amp, and 4 pole 100 amp.
Look here. They also have fridge guard voltage protector to be used as stabilizer. Different types of chandelier light like wall light, LED light, moonlight, megaphone, electric kettle, AC switch, and many more.
So, for all types of recent electrical products for your homes and offices,
come now to Bisomola Enterprises at number 59 Sunny Abacha Street, Freetown. Easily accessed few meters from the Eastern Police Station to your left-hand side, just opposite the church.
If you want to buy at wholesale or retail prices or need more information or inquiries,
call us on 072-817-196 or 077-739-363.
Bisomola Enterprise, the sole agent for KMB cables. Bisomola Enterprise, your home for all original, quality, recent electrical accessories for a reasonable cost.
You can't see it, it's electric.
Discover Sierra Leone, a hidden gem of West Africa, where the rhythms of life dance in harmony with the beauty of nature.
Feel the heartbeat of our culture in every beat of the drum, in every step of the dance.
Experience the tranquility of our shores, where each sunrise brings new stories and endless possibilities.
Immerse yourself in the vibrant tapestry of our daily life, where every color tells a tale and every face a friend.
Come, be enchanted by the sights and sounds of Sierra Leone.
A place where your adventure awaits.
And memories are made.
Discover Sierra Leone, a hidden gem of West Africa, where the rhythms of life dance in harmony with the beauty of nature.
Feel the heartbeat of our culture in every beat of the drum, in every step of the dance.
Experience the tranquility of our shores, where each sunrise brings new stories and endless possibilities.
Immerse yourself in the vibrant tapestry of our daily life, where every color tells a tale and every face a friend.
Come, be enchanted by the sights and sounds of Sierra Leone.
A place where your adventure awaits.
And memories are made.
We get them every day. So if you wanna get your bunga fish, you better take a walk to the water side. So if you wanna get your bunga fish, you better take a walk to the water side.
There is need for cheap labor, and unfortunately, the way to get that cheap labor has been to exploit a child in the name of trying to help them. So that is called menpeking. And what you realize is that these kids, they are working as domestic servants. And so, of course, we decided that we were going to do something about it. There has never been like an intervention as vast, as deep, as wide as what we just had in Sierra Leone. In terms of research, we interviewed close to 4,000 heads of households. In Kono, we reduced trafficking by 30%. So I can say that our approach has been very much like bottoms up, whereby we let the community understand the issue, accept it's a problem, and they want to actually deal with the issue.
Dr. Sanjay Gupta reports
It's a really big moment. There's a lot of emotions.
on an innovative medical technique.
I got to tell you, I did not know what to expect. It's powerful just to be here.
With thousands waiting for an organ transplant,
We have to ration organs. There's just not enough.
could animals be the answer?
We just don't have any choice right now. That is an ultrasound of a pig kidney inside Tim.
Go inside the breakthrough procedure. Dr. Sanjay Gupta reports Animal Farm, Monday on CNN.
I'm Nick Robertson at the line of control in Pakistan-administered Kashmir, and this is CNN.
We've set ourselves quite a high bar showing people new behavior. That means we're always looking for things that have never been filmed before.
My name's Mike Rowe. This is my job. Our backstory?
It's a long one. I really actually hate snakes.
That's what we call a hell of a Saturday night.
G'day, I'm Steve Earle.
I really want to be a great captain.
Show everybody what you can do.
Start over, one day at a time, keep moving forward.
This is what we've been looking for. Yeah, that was amazing.
You never know what you're going to find. It might just change your life.
I'm Mark Stewart in Beijing, and this is CNN.
Going off script here with a look at the future of work, especially when it comes to Gen Z. What's in? More freedom, more control over their time, a better work-life balance, if you will. Out? The headache and stress of leadership roles, a little something that's being achieved by consciously unbossing. Joining me now to explain is Jessica Kriegel, Chief Strategy Officer for Culture Partners. Jessica, good to have you here with us. So consciously unbossing, this is, I don't want to talk to my boss or deal with my boss, or I don't want to be a boss.
I don't want to be a boss. I am opting out of the whole management leadership track, and I've decided to do something differently with my time. I think a lot of people have figured out that the command and control approach to leadership is not working. And so they're saying it's just not for me. It's a conscious decision though, right? So it's purpose driven. And I don't want your viewers to get intellectually lazy now and think, oh, this is because Gen Z is lazy and they don't want to work. And that's not it, because there are also leaders who are choosing to stay in their leadership position, but to do leadership differently, to not be viewed as the boss, but to do a sort of decentralized leadership approach that is, you know, that perhaps resonates more with people today.
So maybe it resonates more because, look, I'm with you. I think probably we may all jump to, or many of us jump to the, well, this sounds lazy. Nobody wants to work. They don't want to step up. They don't want to work hard. But maybe there is something to be learned here, right? That there's a better way to do things. But can you actually operate, especially in this environment where we're going to see a major gap in leadership in the coming years just because of the aging population? Can you operate without true leadership? I mean, it's lovely to all be friends, but someone's got to make a decision.
Because we only hold people accountable when something goes wrong, right? And so we need to rethink the way we approach accountability and make it positive accountability, which means how can I reframe this so that it's more about making a personal choice to focus on what I can control, to take the steps necessary to drive key results instead of who's at fault here.
So part of that is also, I would imagine, looking at better engaging, especially younger employees, not only in their daily job, but getting them to re-engage and invest in the idea of the future of this company and wanting to be a part of it.
Yeah, absolutely. So you have to create clarity, alignment, and accountability around your purpose, your strategy, and your culture to get results. That is the key. And doing all of those things is hard. Being a great leader is hard. I think a lot of young people today have seen bad leaders and thought, I don't want to do it. It's too hard to do it right. You see so many people sending out inauthentic messages. For example, we're going to be AI first, but people first. And then people see that, they realize it's not really true. They feel like leaders are corporate shills, and it's hard to get right. It is a very delicate balancing act. And so some people saying, you know what, I don't want to work that hard. I'm okay with that. I've made that choice in my career. It wasn't laziness. It was just my energy going in a different direction.
There you go. Energy going in a different direction. Jessica, appreciate it. Thank you.
Thanks so much.
So to come here on CNN this morning, President Trump's crucial trip to the Middle East underway at this moment. He's greeting big tech CEOs with Saudi Arabia's crown prince at this hour, what the president hopes to accomplish during this visit. Plus, the budget battle divide, why some members of the president's own party are not on board with his big, beautiful bill. And will Eric and Lyle Menendez see freedom after 30 years in prison?
Tashkent International Investment Forum 2024 brought together over 2,500 participants from 93 countries, resulting in $26 billion in signed agreements. In 2025, the forum returns with a new format, focusing on what truly matters. Don't miss the opportunity to see Uzbekistan through a business lens.
Across Nigeria, an unacceptable number of children are deprived of quality education. Access is determined to make a difference to the lives of these future leaders. By hosting charity polo tournaments across the globe, we are raising awareness and funds to build classrooms, renovate schools, and transform young lives. Every child has the right to an education and the chance of a brighter future. Access, where financial solutions connect the world.
Download the Glow Cafe app today. You see here, you get everything all in one. So if you love music, you'll love Glow Cafe with a music catalog of over 2 million tracks. And if live radio is your thing, say no more. Just hit play and enjoy on Glow Cafe. Welcome to Total Control, so you can recharge or buy bundle, borrow data, and credit sharing and gifting. You've got all that too. You also get extra value with our range of value-added services on the Glow Cafe app. Watch all the action with Glow Cafe's exclusive range of video. Glow Cafe's got it all. And when it comes to gaming, we ain't playing around with Africa's gaming collection. And the best part, you get free activation bonus. So download the Glow Cafe app on Google Play or the App Store.
Glow Unlimited.
On the next episode of My Happy Place,
this was one place where I could truly be myself.
Billy Porter finds freedom in Mykonos, Greece.
Can I just come here and live with y'all? It's lovely.
My Happy Place with Billy Porter, Monday on CNN.
Get your cameras ready.
Here it is. Wow. Every single species play a very important role in the whole ecosystem.
Why wouldn't we want our children to fall in love with nature?
We don't have much years to make a difference.
Don't give up. Let's do it. You can make it. For the people, help and hope.
Grief isn't talked about much, but that's what my podcast is all about. Join me and my guests for a new season with new conversations about loss, life, and love.
All There Is with Anderson Cooper. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
I'm Valeria Leon in Mexico City, and this is CNN.
Good Tuesday morning, just about half past the hour now. I'm Erica Hill in for Audie Cornish. Thanks for being with me. Here's what's happening right now. President Trump is in Saudi Arabia, where he's meeting with Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman. He arrived there just a few hours ago. Plenty of pomp and circumstance to greet the president. He also plans to speak today at a U.S.-Saudi investment forum. We'll talk a little bit more about his trip ahead here. Right now, are President Trump's tariffs unconstitutional? The levies getting their first big test today in a little-known court in Manhattan, the Court of International Trade, set to hear arguments on whether the president actually has the power to impose those tariffs. And a short time from now, Kim Kardashian will face the people accused of tying her up with duct tape and plastic ties, robbing her at gunpoint. She's set to testify in a Paris court against the so-called Grandpa Gang. They're accused of stealing millions of dollars in jewelry from her nearly 9 years ago. We are, of course, closely following the first major international trip of President Trump's second term. Moments ago, he and the Saudi Crown Prince meeting with a long lineup of powerful business leaders, including Elon Musk. It's being billed as an opportunity to really strengthen the ties, of course, with 3 key Middle Eastern allies, while also demonstrating, the president hopes, his deal-making skills on the world stage. The New York Times putting it this way: President Trump will tour the Gulf this week in search of one thing above all else: business deals. Planes, nuclear power, artificial intelligence investments, arms, anything that puts a signature on the bottom of a page. He will also make his way to Qatar and to the UAE on this trip. Josh Rogan joins me now. He's the lead global security analyst for the Washington Post Intelligence. Josh, good to see you. As always, we look at this, that idea that this trip is really about enhancing the president's image as a deal maker. What do you anticipate those deals will look like for him?
Well, Erica, the president has 2 sets of deals in mind. One category is Saudi investments in the United States. This is part of President Trump's drive to get every country in the world to invest in manufacturing in the U.S. He wants $1 trillion worth of investment. They'll announce hundreds of billions of dollars worth of investment. How much of that actually happens is another story. And then the other side of these deals are the dozens of U.S. executives that he's bringing to Saudi Arabia to do business in Saudi Arabia. That includes Elon Musk, but also the CEOs of NVIDIA, OpenAI, Palantir, you name it. They'll all be there, all the tech executives, all the tech titans, because they want to do deals in Saudi Arabia that involve AI, data storage, cloud computing, energy, Bitcoin, all of that stuff. So that's a big agenda. And again, we'll see how much he can actually get done and then how much of that actually happens after he leaves.
How much does he need in terms of a real win, right? And I say that in the context of coming off of this sort of agreement with China, right, which is being billed as one thing, not surprisingly by the White House, something else by China and a number of other folks. What does he need in terms of a concrete win, a concrete deal to show?
Right. Well, I think, as we saw with the China deal, there's sort of a short-term effect and a long-term effect. Even though there was no real trade deal with China, the fact that they de-escalated from the maximalist tariffs made the markets happy. In the long term, it probably won't pan out the way that they say it will. Same thing with the Gulf deals. If they announce a bunch of things, the markets will be happy. The stocks of these companies will go up for a while. But if they don't pan out over the long run, then it won't really be a win after all. But in this world, in this news cycle, as you know, Erica, one day of news is probably the most that anyone can expect out of any trip. So I think for Trump, that's how he thinks of it, as a short-term win, and we'll worry about the long-term later.
Yeah, I mean, one day, you're lucky if you get an hour sometimes, Josh. Let's be honest here. Exactly. Is there also a lesson for other countries in looking at, yes, there will be a lot of focus on these next few days on this trip, but looking at even how China played out, what is the lesson that other countries are getting in terms of making those deals with the U.S.?
Right. I think if I were any country in the world and looking at the China negotiation, the lesson would be just to don't give in to Trump. Just wait, and eventually they'll fold, because that's exactly what Xi Jinping did. He just stood his ground, and he just waited for the pressure on the U.S. economy to bring the Trump administration to him, and essentially the Trump administration folded. So if I were any other government in the world, that would be the lesson, is Trump will threaten a bunch of stuff, and then if you just wait long enough, if the pain's high enough, he'll fold. Now, the lesson for the Gulf trip is a little different. The lesson for the Gulf trip, as we're seeing, is just throw a bunch of money at Trump and his family and his friends and the businessmen that he has in tow. And the fact that President Trump is accepting a $400 million jet as a gift from the royal family of Qatar kind of shows. That's a signal to every country that if they want to get in good with Trump, just give him something very shiny and expensive. Again, that's not necessarily legal. It's not necessarily ethical, but that's the clear message that I think the Gulf trip is showing, at least so far.
Yeah, some interesting strategies at play, that's for sure. Josh, good to talk to you as always. Thank you.
Anytime.
Well, the president just may be getting his one big, beautiful bill to pay for his agenda if House Republicans can get it across the finish line. The key word there, of course, is if. The bill delivers on several of President Trump's campaign promises, including scrapping federal taxes on tips, overtime pay, and car loan interest. Not everyone, though, is on board. There is some real division amongst Republicans.
I don't want to be mean, and I think anytime it looks like we're actually hurting people, that's going to piss off the American population, and if you piss them off, they're probably not going to vote for you.
My colleagues who do not want to address that are burying their head in the sand and already trying to worry about elections next year, when the best way to win elections is to actually deliver. We have to address Medicaid. My colleagues who are saying that they won't touch it are the same colleagues, by the way, who want their SALT caps increased.
What do you say to Chip Roy? Boo-hoo on that.
There you go. Boo-hoo on that from Republican Congressman Nick Valletta at the end there, who reiterated his dislike of the bill on X, saying he is still and I am quoting, hell no. The group chat is back. Chuck, I could see you out of the corner of my eye just nodding along as we heard from all of those lawmakers there. You're just plotting the next commercial in your head.
You know what Democrats like is this Republican on Republican crime that I'm watching. I was just sitting back eating my popcorn. Now look, there's a lot of differences between not only the Republican caucus, but the Democratic caucus. I will remind everybody here, I'm the campaign guy, there are 14 congressional seats right now that Democrats sit in that Donald Trump won. So there's some uneasiness on our side of the board as well, because there's a lot of marginal seats where lots of folks are looking. These New York and California Republicans are in some of the highest Democratic seats out there. You talk about this local SALT tax and all the things that are going on with them against my good old friend from Texas, Chip Roy. You have way too juxtaposed, if I use that word right, to what you're looking at here.
I think he did. We're going to give him a yes on that one, right?
He did.
Okay,
I think he did.
Consensus. How much of a struggle is this then for Republicans at this point?
Listen, it's tough. I mean, we were talking about this in the break. First of all, we have to remember these guys are negotiating in public. What they're trying, they're trying to take positions that will be beneficial to their districts. But what's shocking to me is, in a good and bad way, listen, they're trying to take on really, really hard issues, especially with entitlement. I think everyone agrees it's a horrible, horrible spending issue for the government. But House Republicans are walking the plank on taking this vote. And whether you agree or not with the Medicaid work requirements that they're putting in, we don't need to go into all the details. The message that you're going to have, which you should, as a Democrat consultant, is Republicans, cut Medicaid. We don't like people.
Every time I make another commercial with them taking grandma in her wheelchair and just pushing her off the cliff.
Right. Oof.
He's not kidding. That was an actual commercial.
Oh no,
during Paul Ryan days.
Yeah. But also, in the group chat in the break, bringing people behind the scenes here, you were also making a note, Phil, that there is so much here that is politically tone deaf, that's being missed, and that's one of the reasons that we're also in this moment, is trying to push things through, trying to do what the president wants, at the top of the list there, but ignoring everything else that is happening and ignoring what people are saying.
Yeah, and also, it's getting rough when Monterey is not wearing a tie on Capitol Hill. I just want to point out, that was unsettling for me. I wasn't sure just how
Keep
difficult.
Keep an eye on the neckwear.
We're in it now if Raji's not wearing a tie. I think what people need to understand, you step back and you realize the president has a lot of red lines that his administration has made clear has to be in the big, beautiful bill. No tax on tips, no tax on Social Security, deductions for car loans. These are things that cost a lot of money. There are priorities that both Senate Republicans and House Republicans have on their own that they are trying to squeeze in to this big, beautiful bill. This bill is going to cost a lot of money as is because you're extending those 2017 tax cuts while including the president's must-have red line items on taxes as well. And you're trying to squeeze this all into a procedural process that is very, very difficult. At the start, if everything was going great and all 220 Republicans in the House and 53 Republicans in the Senate were in complete and total alignment on everything, it was going to be hard. That obviously is not the case, which makes it extremely difficult. The one thing that everybody has to keep in mind is the view inside the White House has long been, they ain't got no other choice. Whatever we come up with, everybody's going to have to vote yes, because if you vote no, you're killing the cornerstone of the president's agenda, and the only thing you can take to voters at the midterms, Democrats are probably saying, hey, either way you want to go, we're happy to take that. We think we can win on it no matter what.
You do you. Speaking of our friend Manu Raju, who's following your lead apparently without a tie.
He wishes.
I also just want to play another moment that he had in speaking with, I believe it's with Senator Rand Paul.
I want to take a massive automatic tax increase off the table, but without returning to a reasonable pre-pandemic level spending, I don't see any way I can support more tax cuts and more deficit spending. We should not be increasing the deficit.
So Ron Johnson there. We know there are a minimal number of votes that can be lost here. What do the next few days, hours look like?
Well, first of all, I would hate to be on the Ways and Means or Energy and Commerce Committee today because they're going to be up all night. So they're going to get these probably through committee. They go to a procedural thing called Rules Committee on Monday. I don't want to go too into the details. And then they're going to try to vote on this on Tuesday. And then everyone goes home for Memorial Day. You come back and you try to do it in the Senate. But with Ron Johnson there, you've Ron Johnson, Rick Scott, Rand Paul that are pretty big budget hawks. Rand Paul's never going to vote for this bill, no matter what. So you lose one vote off the top. And then you've got the Murkowski-Collins on the moderate side and McConnell on the moderate side. It's going to be very difficult.
It's
very
also, difficult. It's tight. It's certainly not the most. We see it all the time, frankly. It is such a tight window, right? That has been. Even if it's been moved a little bit, but you're up against this clock, which again, to Phil's point, I mean, you might as well be serving up the Democrats on a silver platter at this point.
And it's the only time you really ever see anything happen in Washington is around deadlines. And these folks cannot put a schedule together to save their life to get things done. They're marking up this week. We've been talking about it for those of us in D.C. and talking about this for months. They keep saying we're going to do it because the margins are so thin. And then within the Republican Congress, you have all these different ideological thinking patterns that are just opposite of each other. So they're really thinking that they can rely on a few of those Democrats I just talked about to quote unquote bail them out, and I just don't think they'll be there this time.
I'm not sure they'll be there. We're going to take a quick break. You can go find a time. You want to throw in?
I was going to talk about the Rules Committee.
I actually, as you started talking about that, I was thinking Mattingly behind me here is living for this.
Don't get me going.
Just like Siphius, you want me to talk about this stuff.
We talk about reconciliation in general.
To your credit,
Senate parliamentarian.
To your credit, Mattingly, how many times over the last several years have I said to you, "Thank God for your notes"? Phil Mattingly sends a mean note to the entire CNN News Department.
You and three other
mapping
people.
It out.
Appreciation.
I paid them, and you're welcome. Still to come here on CNN this morning, it is day 2 in the trial against Sean Diddy Combs. The key witness, his former girlfriend, Cassie Ventura, expected to take the stand today. That's ahead. Plus, how the CEO of a major airline is now trying to convince you it's safe to fly. More from the group chat after this.
Dr. Sanjay Gupta reports
It's a really big moment. There's a lot of emotions.
on an innovative medical technique.
I got to tell you, I did not know what to expect. It's powerful just to be here.
With thousands waiting for an organ transplant,
We have to ration organs. There's just not enough.
could animals be the answer?
We just don't have any choice right now.
That is an ultrasound of a pig kidney inside Tim.
Go inside the breakthrough procedure. Dr. Sanjay Gupta reports Animal Farm, Monday on CNN.
The 5 Things Podcast from CNN. Get the day's top 5 stories, all in one podcast. The 5 things you need to hear in under 5 minutes. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Richard Quest. I love traveling the world. Broaden the mind, open the heart, and I'm not done yet. It's time to embrace new adventures. That was cold! Find the fun. Oh, look at that. And seize the moments in this world of wonder.
That is beautiful. It's very good.
Saturday on CNN, in association with Turkish Airlines.
When you travel the world, make sure the world travels with you. Check in, log on, and get connected with all of the latest developments at your fingertips. CNN Partner Hotels. Connected to your world.
My happy place. One place I could truly be myself.
I feel a deep sense of calm when I'm here.
Whenever my schedule clears, I head straight to my happy place.
Bali allowed me to put myself first.
Thailand seemed very welcoming to me. I hate how good that tasted.
I want people to experience this beautifully intricate, diverse city. There's no other place like it.
My Happy Place, Monday on CNN.
I'm Isa Suarez in London, and this is CNN.
Freak-offs, baby oil, domestic violence, all of these being addressed during the federal sex trafficking trial of rap mogul Sean Diddy Combs on day one. This morning, everyone will return to that courtroom. The first witnesses to take the stand on Monday, recounting very graphic, explicit details at times. One of them saying that Diddy paid him to have sex with his then-girlfriend, Cassie Ventura, on several occasions, and also saying that at times the witness says that he saw Diddy abusing Ventura. I do want to warn you, this next video is disturbing. It was played in court. You may have seen it here after it was published by CNN last year. This is a 2016 hotel incident. You see Sean Combs in the towel there, beating Ventura in a hallway. His lawyers have called that video indefensible. But they say it shows domestic violence, not the sex trafficking charges which Combs is facing at trial. The court artist summed up the defense's arguments so far. Take a listen.
They are saying this was domestic abuse. This was ugly. This was unconscionable. This was unforgivable, but it wasn't what he's being charged with here. This isn't what he's on trial for. And, you know, maybe it will just be a bump, but it's, you know, it's a pretty dang memorable bump.
Joining me now, Imran Ansari, trial attorney and former prosecutor. He represented Harvey Weinstein in numerous civil lawsuits. Imran, when we look at this, as we just heard from the sketchroom artist there, and as I've heard from a number of attorneys over the last several hours, this is what you need to do as the defense, right? You are going to lean into this video. It is uncomfortable. It is explicit. But leaning into those moments and making the case, this is not why my client is on trial. That being said, how much does that linger? How much will all of that stay with this jury even after just day one?
Well, I think that's the theme from the defense standpoint that's going to have to carry two summations and ultimately when the jury deliberates. And when you have ugly facts and evidence like that video, from a defense standpoint, you have to embrace it and then differentiate it from the actual charges and crimes that your client is charged with. And that's what we see the defense team for Diddy doing here. You can't escape that video. It's really hard to watch. It's ugly, but it's going to be something that they're going to have to contend with throughout the course of the trial. And the strategy saying that this is domestic violence, not sex trafficking, is something that they're going to have to push until the final day before that jury.
They've all, you know, there's also the, not just that, yes, this is domestic violence, it's not what we're here for, but also that these are consenting adults, rather. When Cassie Ventura takes the stand, how do you anticipate that questioning will go from the defense side, given that they're saying, look, you were a willing participant here?
They're going to have to treat Cassie Ventura very gently on cross-examination. I expect the prosecution is going to put her before that jury. She's going to have a very compelling set of facts to testify to before that jury. And we're going to see that video played. And we're going to probably see that video played time and time again. We saw that with the George Floyd video in the trial against Derek Chauvin. And I think we're going to see that here in this case. It's an ugly piece of evidence, but it's powerful for the prosecution. When you have Cassie Ventura on the stand, the defense is going to have to look at that witness and treat her gently. You don't want to put the jury off with cross-examination, but then again, they're going to have to do the job they have to do for Diddy from a defense standpoint. And that is get out that this was all consensual. She knew exactly what she was getting into in terms of these sexual encounters, and that it is not a crime The prosecution, on the other hand, is going to be telling the jury another set of facts.
As we are watching that, also another case in Paris today. Kim Kardashian set to take the stand. She's going to testify about the time that she was the victim of an armed robbery in Paris. This was nearly a decade ago. She spoke out with David Letterman on his Netflix show. Take a listen.
Before he duct taped my eyes, because that was the last thing, I saw he found my whole jewelry box and like held it up like, aha, you know, like we got it. But I kept on looking at the concierge because I didn't know who he was. And I'm like, what is happening? Are we gonna die? Just tell them I have children. Like I have babies, I have a husband, I have a family. Like I have to get home. Tell them take anything. I'll never say like I saw them like take everything.
So you hear her talking about it there. It's fascinating. You know, our colleague in Paris, Saskia Van Doorn, has done some great reporting on this leading up to the trial. And it is really interesting, the reaction that there was in France versus the reaction in some ways that there was in the U.S. at the time when this happened. What are you anticipating out of this trial?
I mean, this is a serious incident, and we see Kim Kardashian is easily to associate with her with some lighter subjects. But what happened to her in Paris, the allegations against, I think, these 10 defendants there, it's a pretty serious crime with her being essentially bound and them stealing thousands, if not millions, worth of material from her. So I think it's going to be interesting to see her take the stand in France. Of course, she's going to be translating or testifying there with a translator, but she's taking it seriously. She's flying back there. She's a willing witness for the prosecution there, and she wants to see justice. She said that time and time again. It's been a traumatic experience for her. So I think she's going to be taking the stand and telling the court exactly what happened to her, and it was a serious incident.
Imran Ansari, good to have you here this morning. Thank you.
Thanks for having me.
52 minutes, almost 53 past the hour now. Here's your morning roundup. Today, the Menendez brothers facing the possibility of freedom. After 7 months of hearings and court filings, a 2-day resentencing hearing will begin. Lyle and Eric Menendez are both serving life sentences for killing their parents in 1989. This is just one of several avenues, of course, in their bid for freedom. Their attorneys are also pursuing a new trial. For the first time, Taiwan is testing a U.S.-supplied rocket system like the one Ukraine has used against Russia. Taiwan could use this to hit targets in China if there is a war between the two. Taiwan has faced military pressure from China as Taiwan has rejected its sovereignty claims on the island. United Airlines CEO says it is absolutely safe to fly. That's after, of course, a series of air traffic control issues has led to major delays and cancellations at Newark Airport. In an effort to help ease some of those problems, United cut about 35 flights in and out of Newark. 50 white South Africans granted refugee status by the Trump administration are now on U.S. soil.
Thank you, Mr. Trump.
The administration expediting their processing as refugees for alleged discrimination.
We've been forgotten. It's very hard for us to travel. It's very hard for us to get visas. So to suddenly hear that a country like the United States is offering us refugee status was a really big deal. And I was so excited. I felt so relieved. It just felt like a lifeline.
The president of South Africa, though, strongly rejects with the claims of why they need this refugee status.
Those people who have fled are not being persecuted. They are not being, hounded. They are not being treated badly. And they are leaving ostensibly because they don't want to embrace the changes that are taking place in our country in accordance with our Constitution.
So all of this, of course, comes as the White House has suspended refugee resettlement for pretty much everybody else, including people fleeing famine and war. The group chat is back. It is remarkable, right? So remember on Inauguration Day, the changes that were made. I'm looking at my notes here. In terms of refugees, there's been a real pushback, right, for fast-tracking these white South Africans, especially because, as we heard there are also some questions about the claims of what they're actually fleeing and what they experienced. And yet what's not happening for, say, Afghans who helped the U.S. Or even their family members. Phil, what are you hearing in terms of the political calculus here? Is there any?
Not that I can find. I think what's so striking is the split screen yesterday of announcing publicly that they're taking away temporary protected status for Afghans. the same exact day that pretty much the only proactive effort they've made to welcome refugees or to ease the process for refugees coming into the country is for these individuals. The president making very clear yesterday at his press conference that, or in his remarks to the press, this isn't about race, this isn't about what they look like, their height, their weight, anything like that. It's impossible to make that distinction when this is very much a focus and fixation for right-wing individuals. Members of his administration, before they came into office, have been among those individuals. And the fact of the matter is that the president is announcing in public that this is a genocide, something that historically takes months of bureaucratic infighting to decide over that declaration. And he's just saying it out loud when there's not necessarily explicit evidence that that's the case. Right. I'm not really sure how else to frame it other than it doesn't really track with any other logic.
It also typically takes months, if not years, to vet refugees, right, before they are brought to the U.S. Another important point. There was always a way of doing things. It's fascinating to me, too, that you have the Episcopal Church coming out and saying, after nearly 40 years of partnering, of working with the government to help resettle refugees, whether it's housing help, helping with jobs, they're essentially saying we're out at this moment. How do you spin that? If you're a Republican, you say, well, we don't want you anyway? I mean, it sends a very big message.
And I do, yes, it does. And, you know, he's been having this issue with South Africa since he came to office. Obviously, there's many that believe it's because Elon's in his ear. We don't know. I don't know that. However, the thing that's kind of near and dear to my heart, especially since the Bush days, is, you know, we spent a lot of time with women and girls in Afghanistan. And the Taliban coming back, obviously, as they are now, and the women and girls especially, not that I don't care about the men, but I mean, that's a really big statement that they're not going to have a refugee status in our country anymore, or asylum. So that, to me, is the most bothersome out of all of that.
The system is broken. People in Congress on both parties have been spineless to fix it for a long time. Take it from a Latino, from immigrant family. My firm, as everybody knows, is run by 2 immigrants. Like the immigration system, the refugee system, the asylum system, like we've just put Band-Aid over Band-Aid and not really looked at trying to fix it in its totality. So you get all these one-offs and then you have no system to what Phil's been talking about, to where it's just a bunch of chaos.
Yeah, absolutely, and here we are. I don't know if chaos is what you're all keeping an eye on today. How about that transition? But let's go down the line.
That's smooth.
Thank you. Thanks.
Really
I learned from you, Mattingly.
We've been talking a lot. We've been talking a lot about the plane from Qatar, the potential new Air Force One. When it comes to these types of issues, the Trump crypto meme coin, $, all caps, Trump. The dinner that had been offered, which is essentially a quid pro quo dinner if you invest money in a Trump entity, totally walled off in private from things. The deadline was yesterday. The vast majority of the people in the 220 finalists had wallets that were foreign-based. We talked about conflicts of interest and how this is all playing out. Keep an eye on that.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on that. Chuck?
I'm keeping an eye on this budget, and can we raise some money to put some safety rails on aircraft carriers? $100 million worth of 2 airplanes have just slid off the deck of the boat into the ocean. Now, I pay taxes. Elon Musk, if you want to get to Doge and save some money, just put some rails on the side of the boat so we quit losing our planes over the side.
You might get some bipartisan buy-in on that.
Absolutely.
You just might.
They have to be strong.
It ain't hard.
So for us nerdy Washington people, what's happening in the House this week and next is like the Super Bowl of politics. So I will definitely be watching the drama.
All right.
You and Phil are nerds. All y'all talk about is the committees and stuff.
It's warm. Right. The water's warm. Come in here.
I don't know if I could understand all that.
I see. This is like the John Kennedy, Senator Kennedy, like, I don't understand how any of this works. No, yes, you do. Like a fox.
Just like to pretend
like
that he
fox.
doesn't.
I know this game. Tester used to do it too. I know it. You know what's it. Don't even try that with me, Chuck.
Yeah.
He does have a high radar.
He sure does. Don't be fooled by the lack of a tie. Thank you all. Thanks to the group chat. Thanks to all of you for waking up with us this morning. I'm Erica Hill, in for Audie Cornish. Stay tuned. CNN News Central starts right now.
President Trump receiving a big royal welcome from the Saudi Crown Prince as he arrives for the first leg of his Middle East trip. All of it coming amid ethical and legal questions about his plans to accept a luxury jet from Qatar.
A star witness set to take the stand today in Sean Combs' federal criminal trial. Day 1 of testimony was nothing short of explosive and graphic, with more to come today.
And Biden aides discussed using a wheelchair if he was elected to a second term. The first stunning revelations in the new book by Jake Tapper and Alex Thompson. I'm John Berman with Kate Baldwin and Sarah Seidner. This is CNN News Central.
All right, breaking news this morning. President Trump arriving in Saudi Arabia on his first major overseas visit of his second term. Air Force One getting an escort by Saudi F-15 fighter jets. And the president getting a royal welcome on the tarmac from the Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman. Trump then traveled by motorcade to the Saudi royal court for a more formal greeting. Saudi Arabia is the first stop on his 4-day swing through the Middle East. The trip giving Trump a chance to prove himself as a deal maker on the world stage. He's set to speak later today after attending a lunch with some of the world's top CEOs, including Elon Musk and the leaders of OpenAI, Google, Boeing, Amazon, Nvidia, and Coca-Cola. Trump will also visit Qatar and the UAE on this trip, and it comes as he's defending his administration's plan to accept a $400 million luxury jet from the Qataris to use as Air Force One, a prospect that's raising all kinds of ethical, legal, and security questions. CNN's Jeff Zeleny is traveling with the president and joins us now live from Riyadh. It had already been a really busy trip. What is the president focused on here as we see new pictures this morning of him and the leader of Saudi Arabia?
Good morning, Sarah. President Trump arriving here overnight to a fanfare in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, exactly how he would like it. Met with trumpets, American flags, Saudi flags as well, and escorted all along the way by the Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, who of course is a close ally of the United States and indeed a good friend of this president and the administration. This trip, which the president is setting off on, which is the first major foreign trip of his second term in office, is actually quite brief, just about 3.5 days or so. But today he is focused exclusively on making deals, trying to increase investment in the United States. He's coming with a large contingent of U.S. CEOs, multinational CEOs as well. They are meeting for a luncheon and then later having a meeting here in Saudi Arabia with Saudi officials as well. But this is much more about making investments in the U.S., reaching deals rather than focusing on the geopolitics of the region, which of course is hanging over this administration. Many of the challenges facing the Trump administration, of course, and the world are not being discussed as much, at least in the opening hours of these meetings, as the deals that are coming underway. And you mentioned that airplane. The president, of course, arriving here in Saudi Arabia on the old Air Force One, but the new controversy over a plane he would like to be Air Force One is certainly following him here. He is making no apologies about the idea of accepting a plane worth some $450 million or so from the Qatari royal family. Many things have to happen for that to fall into place. Many Republicans have criticized this. Democrats, of course, have as well. But the president is embracing that. He will actually visit Qatar on his next stop here tomorrow before going to the UAE as well. But for today, at least, in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, he's following in the footsteps of his first trip when he became president some 8 years ago. He also stopped in Riyadh, but at that point he was introducing himself to the world. Now the world is well aware of him, of course. He is trying to cement some business deals, many of them also including the Trump Organization and the Trump family. Since he became president, of course, the deals of the Trump Organization and Trump family have increased some threefold. So no doubt that is also a subtext to all of this, Sarah.
Absolutely. He has become a richer man while in office as president. Thank you so much, Jeff Zeleny. Great reporting there from Riyadh. Kate?
Also this morning, day 2 of Sean Diddy Combs' criminal trial set to begin in a New York courtroom, and we are expecting a star witness to take the stand. Combs' ex-girlfriend, Cassie Ventura, she is the woman that he has seen attacking in that hotel hallway in surveillance video from 2016. Prosecutors said yesterday that Combs coerced her and another woman to participate in what Combs called freak-offs. The prosecutor saying this, quote, he called himself the king, expected to be treated like one. He expected his inner circle to cater to his every desire, including his sexual desire, and his inner circle made sure he got everything he wanted. Now, prosecutors plan to show the jury video of those drug-fueled, days-long sexual performances. So far, the case seems to center on the question, was this consensual or was this coercion? Combs's attorney saying this, quote, "The evidence is going to show you a very flawed individual, but it will not show you a racketeer, a sex trafficker, or somebody transporting for prostitution." CNN legal analyst and criminal defense attorney Joey Jackson is here. A lot happened on this first day, and you can expect it to be, as I was describing it, explosive and graphic for day 2 and in the days to come. What was your biggest takeaway from the first day?
Good morning, Kate. The videotape, right? So what prosecutors did is they started out with a bang as
Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation television Demining Alseni Alma Missing Kaklika at Tisari Kotoko Kaki Okubum Kanto Chusmala Buni Konongi Marium Mitsmo Mimi People Tapunia Ma Apong Amitsmatani Karno Campi Luku Katse Okapori Kaka Kim Kanebu Sara and Kalai Konoso Bukasoku Kanka Sotori Amorman Kalani commenting on Fubu Saratako Kanesta Kaki Kabikaton Okeaka Ofinohati Kotoko Kaki Okubum Kanto Julius Madabiumi Konongi Maho Mitsmo Me Biluk Mi Akuyama Kadu Bintinani Coffee Center Kadu Camp Atisum Ayo Amitsmo Me Mibe Takutoi Butu Okubum Kanto Konopu Ben Takabutamino Kakli Kabeka Kobontanantoi Kono Skokoneludi Ka Kwani Skoyam Pantme Fino Kabutati Fino Tant of Torbay Ka Mitsmate Medi Afma Bandana Kuka Anim Ankarandi Antoi Afmalom Ekumpian from Fopam Matesi Society Antoi Afma Bandana Kuka Sort of Sarai Nambengani Ankopoka Amitsmate Me Liberi Dabi Kabika Tay Ati Fina Sotane Pai Kulu Libet Kanake Kamabalia Kabutai Atimi Tafinami ka amit matema so oi fato ko bun kanto fi mo Dr. Mohamed Julle jalo en kono so ko bun kanto salata da ko bun don anto mo yo kono o pu butame on ka etai kono tonto ko ko herodi ha ngani mi be ni so pa ngani pe bo e fina ka ka afon ke kana kama ko li yo ka da sai tsima an ka so ko ka to wa yang i be ye pa yang i fina ni luku katso kawa sa tema so pa ko bun kanto fo ko amen tsumi wa ngani atina taklene ani mchanga ngani o i e pa yati iberi an yo amit matana ka kapi ani mchanga ngani kama angbali tsara tsiam ko amen tsai anto i tu leni na mi madaki luku kati so ichi ko i pi kono so moku wo kashin bani bi kono ni olai ko ikubum no i fatse kati ka anto faru Nigeria i mo Dr. Yemi osi banju ni kono so koku ko okubum kanto fi salata da banado ni anto i ati kono ni mo yo tsani kakri kati ka tsai ati tfina kuka ati kono pono ka ko ma kubum po chi mo yo i luku katso kaka so tema so pa kubum kanto fi o kono to anto i afom ani botoni kono tsali ka mapantani ma yo mai o ni tto ito mtamashi salata kaguli kli kama guli ta pinkati mi ko ton kapanga i bu anto i matema mi wa kolo milumi kabi ka so fati tifino kuka magane me ya anto i eti otsaladi luku katso okapo ka kim kane ima kalanga to fi mo sheku fanta mandi bangwani kono opo ga de kan kama an la sai ngan to fi kama anta kabi kampanga ankala ani ma wo kane ta kaina kisi yake ami tsate mi akuyoma dadu town hall meeting do aguli be kabi ka epa e fino ni ali doka so toy ati mayo tani ko bi pao ami tsma me tsu mayo mai maybe tskana kama afama to fi ma ala sai kama pusok ma to ko ami tsma ma chitu kane kala anto i kako so no so kabi ka kama aguli so to so ko ton kala ala sai anto fi ka tsa to ko ami tsma ki ene e utselo mi baru ku kati okapo wi kaka kemutane mai ma kala imo sheku fanta mandi bangwai ko ba su ben so ko ko amenti empa nga kala hinga kana ngai ongi le ti ma yo tani ti le tkunan kama albinki omolo ma tai ma pak molo e bu tsatian ka ko so kli kabi ka machine kama kala ngosu kama buli ira kana timo de skin anto ka ko so no so kabi ka ko bulo i ma tai mlom kakli kabi kami tma ka filon to vanto i ti fino in chile ti dobi kabi kai ka na so pando palom so ni betra so no so kaba kan ma peti kono tna ko ne ludi hanto ka ko so nan kama buli ba ka butsku ma kime ko fino ni ta afama moni wa ile opa kwa kalu National Council for Civic Education and Democracy agbokta tira na seli mo Joseph Bindeng kono so ko for backse ko pa o kama to ko ni ate na ma tim tsukuyo tsan ti be nga ko to ne yi ka kim kan e buti san kalai nga ni le ka tsuka tsinga anan ka fo ka e ma ni aka tsin tsuka tsin tsafaton tesa si nga ya nga so anto ton kun ku tsan sala ta ka ma go li ka buti ti mi ti fino ka kri ka anto fa si ka tanto i ma tsan ma tsan ma yo ya ba ki lu da te ko ba si ben so ko pa nga ni anti ma so tkan ta na tin bakli mama abute ta moi kama be kai kan ala sari kan kana so pito mu kan ton karanyu kama ngoli ta tu onko amenti ngani ma o kane e kala hayati ni wa yang ye ibe do be kale ka kof of katika ameti matena amalama kaba kama kubon kofina kama kibeli kama anto i ta tolomi kaba tane kati tating ayo bumotonga kotonka Sierra Leone Police anto i kaka Sierra Leone Republic of Sierra Leone Armed Forces ima Sierra i Sierra Leone Correctional Services autangi kanku ta kakli ebutia ka ofundane na be iso ka kim kan ebutia nantima Sierra Leone Fire Force Ampu mukbane kama mukbane masih jaga sok ke karangi salah cakap ke kama boleh berkabut sebuah makin ke finangi wati ayo tangi ame cuaca ame aku yang nak kadu kincong polis soli kadu kiam kaceka di dah boleh satu aku mah bandana aku kaca atas tu siang kan sosok tanah pai ekolo salah kakli eti IT POP ci so tu berkabut sama finang kakli ibu sa kamu mantoi macam belum kontan tu fe kama bane macam ini ayo mai kama beli ya kabut saya timi tefini sarata kakli kaksa saya tolong cacim sompa saya cacim macam mempantami na ini kiri aku bungkam polisi mo William Fayasel yang kono so kaba segan so kakak so toy ke ba o cacim ngoyo ngangi anggon to ne pa mo I kakak so bas kakak so pashim shikane kwanti bas kono ka bontone kama beli ya kabut saya timi tefini okay, so imo chief of defense staffing imo major general ama aida bangu an kono so koba segan spend ka so so an kolonga ka bontone ki an bontone ka ni o ngani ni be tkan kama bele ya ka butse timi tfino integrity pepi mo kanan ka pa no malas ma milu ni kama bele ya chuma ke kaya tse ni ngani o so segan spend ka sa kama boleh ya kabut saya timi tfino ni kama bani macam ni Wambe tukun kama boleh ba kabut tfino ka ibu saka wanto I macam belum be kama ala saya anto I kama saya tfino tibuli kan untuk futu kadi metong akai kota topo kaki oke bum kanto Julius mada biungi sa mo yo mix mo me PD aku bika epa I fino kama anda saya nganto yang kan di yang malumi kama angkoli cara buka cek komen sana aku bencaka buci anto I mopan mafina me komen sana yo mix mati mi ayo makalu bincimani conference cai kadu kiam Loko katsoi kala okapowi kakak yang kena buci sana kala syek ku fanta mandi bangguangi aku naso aku kaso ada kang kali ka angkala ini IT ku kena cakai neki oh saya ayo cangi tidak si ayo si salata kama ala saya tofi kama pusok macu angku amin senangi mangki ane ebut sidang ku kala ima pu baksema ma pu but IT ku kena cakai ini neng ida kaya katanya ke Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation television aluseni alam setiapatoa
Asal mana ada semua itu angka Slbc akan perukari, ambil dulu lagi na isema sirona. Mana akan aku tu mina ikut pita kuliah tadi nekari. Presiden Julius Malabio, muhima kutandiga, muhim kuwa bintuman nuhol, kabo ibni raspa kesinama wali mama bali ba kata non kuelen kumba koto wali tika ya beni ba karandin bi, imbe bihena ba kata non kuelen kumba ni koto wet. Patalane tebeni ba na ulu de muntuma wali ma kena menkalina wa 2025. Bak mga ditika ino dasi ba kwen ko no wali mga budgets ba kata kweren ko ba nila ko tuloy beni mamba beni ba hena mi ko na long ba masir mak tema kana de ka ko tuloy de president Julius Malabio ba kala wa kweren ko ka se nila tabati ba kunza huna ma wali mama ga ko tuloy ka bo yimine makosani mama ka uhen ko ga binsumani conference center la kempu lokale ka kwere de tibile ka iba kata ma wali mama ba nila ko tuloy no na de president ga kweren ko basi itaite ba Kenema no na mleka ya kotoi kama wali mayo no ba kata parliament ya ba ni ya kotoi kabeni ba kwere ko na ngukai ga kotoi kwere ko ba kama kutani mabu ibine ga sinde ga tabanti ba wali mbi wa parliament kabeni ba matani ma ba kalani bi ya kotoi bo wa civil society ti tanda non ba kalani bi ya kotoi kwere ko ba ni ba halwo na de tekai non bi abine kanga kwenga hena tapon tantamani asili ya tabati baba hamakutani mama bati asarani no na mbele tika ya beni ba kwa metu yo mawali mangama benti ma tika ina kwenga ngaka kotsowe so president so Dr. Mohamed Jule Jalo de kunkoi e kun president so Julius Madabio baba kala wa kotsowa kwenga kumbani kasi Kenema kwe mama ni ba katara ba kwenga kumba tika ino kabia bitone ngakotso badu na mawali mayo hoi titsana nombe ni ba sirani ba kasama wali mama ba ni kotsowe the president so Julius Madabio de duga punkia ba kwa metu Kenema ba setanon mwali mama ba ni ba tika ya bia bitone ngakotso kwenga kum inga mawali mato e ba kusama hariando ma ende kai titsa ka kwa metu Kenema no ma bile pikute muna mabamba ni kwenga kum Papunko akotso no kama wali masisi binema wimto ndi vice president so akwele kuba Nigeria Dr. Hima Osangba ju de punko no kai muna president so ba no kama wali masisi ne mama baba kala wa akotso ba punka neta no bele wa gender equality no ka kwele kumba nga kwele na hena ba punka sinama wali mama mbani kidu hele punka on the president so ba no ba wali bi Kenema no na lesete ba de tika ya beni ba ndeni wali ba ka kotsoi beti ba de tika ye non ka yele men bi etembe ba puka sigma no mawali ma yo ba no ba kala wa kotsoa to ye kumbani beti na ba de tama wali ma de katia ko ye kumbani la kotsoi akala mete beni ba na hu ko ye ko enda kotsoi yo sheku Fatama di Bangura donc makuta de mabo e bi de mitu me ka pada ni na ho 2025 ba lasi ba ko ye ko ba puka de tika ye mawali ma budgets bena de puke buye makusa ni mama ka uhen ku ga tawahil kas lebine non ka sebine ga tabate ka press conference ka bo ibine makusa ni mama mbani enda kotsoyon ka batala ni tibeni ba na hulin ka bo ibine ma ka ye makonko yende kai ka puke ibine non na de tika ye ga pon ha mbani ga kweren ko ka mawali ma budget na ne men puke sile ina men ka ya kotsoyo kwere kumba kama hanga do ma kutibine gende kabe ba kwa menti ba kukanya mawali ma kena me imba notanon lasi ba kweren kumbani kama kwe ma setibine ba kata mawali ma kena me ka kwa menti han ka kweren kumbani patala menti beni ba na huli to enda koto sheku Fatama di Bangura de poko kae nona le tika ya kwa menti han ka beni ba budget ba no bile kunkukinande beni ba molomba na be ngati la kweren kumbani ba puka de sanon kwere kuma beteni ba na hu na be se ga kwere kuma imba kunka nota beni ba yo hamba na be kai ga kotsowe ka pobre de na fix salon initiative kama ma hu ba bleti kayede ka beni ba mawali mangama titsanda beni ba le kai ga kotsowe ga de tikai non ka pobre na human capital imba kunka kaina lasiba kwere kuma ba kunka pama kwensi kabia bidonya kwere kumba kunga koba ete ba kena me makporo akoto akwa National Council for Civil Education and Democracy Joseph bindi de konkoe ukahe ka hopon hambani kanoma wali mableke akoto Victor Tsobini be yate ha kabatala ndete beni ba na huri kabile de tekai ga nena ga 2018 ka pon hambani be na sit de sera tamate ba puga katano beni ba na hunga kwere kuga kotsoi no wa maya wa kotsoa beni ba na huri ka beni ba matani maname kaya kotsoa kwere kuba benti ba puga kunkina no lasiba ka beni ba budgets ba halu tuna be tikai wa lasiba kwere kuba ba puga de tikai beni ba matani no bi mahariandu mambe ka no be obe ba mene mahariandu maba puga kata betema mama ni ma wali mayo hoi ba halu na kwere kumputi munamba bena banda yo la ba katama siri ma kotoi kama mo wali mai su kwa meti amba de tekai ka beni ba la kwa national security in ka wensi ha ba no bitoche binebe ka kwere ku ga salon bon ga Sierra Police Republic of Sierra Leone Armed Forces men ponda Sierra Leone Correctional Service titsanda bo ga Sierra Leone Fire Force bilabina sera tamate makutani mabo ibile ba halu ba de tika ya beni ba pa makwere nko kama kwe makena men kama kutani mama mabo ibile mambi mo pude tika ye ka bo ibile manka wo henku ga Kinton hol ga kempu do kage ka se ibile la tamate ka ite ibile ba kalan bikaye kabeba mawali ma kwamenti nombe nimbara kurupani be kasi bile tabante ho maba kukatia salani ga beni mbabile kuku nyamuna hamba katakwere kumba ka koto penti kabeba kunga pama makoi ma kena mema ba halgona ndete salani mamba fu mandara kwere kumbani kama kutani mabo ibile biwondete kari kama wali ma ndete ba kunga pama na beto ko temba siga kwere kumba se kama koi ma kena me halgona ndemeni wali ga tabante na me huyo yohoi Inspector General wa polisi William Faselu e poko ka e non ka petemba mo ka halona blesi ga taba teta kontanta ta se ba bo ibine makutani mam ba hal tuna blesi ba nya mo wali na on kai ga kotwe ba bo wa grupani ga kwerenko Sierra Leone Major General wa kotwe leon ka beni ba kupa amara aida la banguga e poko ba no mo ni ma muna ba ele kai Bama wali mamle kukudukuma me mayago kapata patemba siga kwenkum bani ba na kwenkum ni kute kabeni ba sonia kana bile ke ga koto ga beni mambambani bigonde te kai nom patemba siba ne dukuma me mayago ka makuta ni mabo ne bigonde te kai ba halona bile setema wali makena men ba men puka ko ka heba pamanon kwenkum ba inka beni ba bile siga tabante kama yu mayu yu bile mam ba hal tuna be kugedite ba pama adonge ma kensuma imbeni ba na huli na beni kantaka kwere kuba ba lasi bamba puka ta muna bamba bani tena pena masilma ya ba hele kake kombe na pe ta kwere ta de kai kano ma wali ma bile katia kotso de president Julius Malabio ba kala wa kwere ko kasele abwibne makutsaninga uhen kwa binsumani Conference Center la kempu dukai ba kukadete kai no the president ba no mawali ma yaba na me kai akwere ko ba beba kwa menti apati Kenema kabatala lete beni mbaga kobri wenda koto she kufata madu bangu ale kunkoi non kama wali ma hu subine ma kabakala ndia kotoi ka non kadina wa 2025 ba lasi ba akwere ko kama wali ma budget ba halo na ble kukisega ta bateba katsana imani o mahagando ma kama wali mama mbani tena pena masilima amana ke konda dona ingambe na fuma ya amidumbia hada lumbi kamite
Polisi wa Slbc TV humbatisia banyama Ibrahim Komando wa doya kumpe ngama kepengu jo komando ngabita yunsi ya ndambia kuchwawe na habele kufuba ma ta aji do ke jiwa sana bio bwana mbakelina ya bwa bitia miando Miscellaneous conference the hall wa na video salon table kebevi ministry na bu ndi shia na butu wa na tu mbate ya wa bitia tutu ma kuya 2025 fiscal city budget na we mbate isa ko we ti dalo kuma be na go convey doki kini bio ogwa na mbate ya wa bitia miado Miscellaneous conference or why not video salon table Now we mbate jita jia bima bla ati ko we tikbe tuguti butu koma tena daga kini la lokuma na we digoma kudisia ga na we ta jia committee official say asi ken butu ga bima bla ati tikbe ti ye mbate junko we tuguti da lokuma ugo okoma ye dwe to ye mbate jigu hunje jia na we hin committee official say ati kebe vi civil society mbate sia ke jia na we hin diplomatic mbate sia ba Now we take bear to go on at Yado, you but a white river, go with a bee, and then but you see now we to Dalokuma, who my bread, my call with Eagle and get delay, a year duel. To you, but you go, ye, Dola by Dr. Mohammed Judah Jallo, Bulonata, say what okay, can you be your man away? Diploma handed this year, while getting up forward, a way to go to Lukui. Diabo, now we need funny this year at the theatre, boom, this year, be a Olalukuma, go away, dwell ye, Hebel and get delay, a year duel. To ye, but you go, Dia, now we hear no bla at ye, now we be my bla at ye, can be no ye picky, now we hear Dola by a owner, Nigeria, Dr. Yeme, Obashan, now we ta Gulona, a say what dog, a king be woman. Be mbate jina we to da hingo kuma ko we to ko hi nyange sia tele bu de sia bu na we mbate jisia sia to de vi lo kuma to ya melo esiebua do ke kini biuma na we humbate bibi wajita tu wahi ko we humbate jisiasia bi ta tu kutida lokuma okoma ye duejima ibele kedile eye due to ye ko lo ahunje ministry na bo hu de siaba na we yegu mu sheku fatamadi bangura ogwa na humbate ya okbo agiti na we tutu mapu ya fiscal year 2025 CTG budget na we ye komi jita tu we ro ye tan ogo me waje go we tukuti he go to goma jia na we tina ministry na bo hu de siaba go we ye humbate jisiasia ko tukutu pu agoya tidalo kuma okoma ye duejima to ye humbate bibu hungi jia na we bubla ati gometi humbate siaba kebe bi salo li bubla na we tikbeti ye humbate bibi waji to ye humbate jisia na timala ministry na bo hu de siaba sheku fatamadu bangura ayamelo na ogugu agitia yoko hujum na we yi humbate jita ko we bi tukuti dalo kuma na bo hu de siasia bi ogu oloko hebu na we di bo ma de siasia ogu okoma ye duejima to ayamelo de yoko hujum ye chabe bi fi salu humbate ta bi ye na we tukulo te hande siasia ba tupu ago ya te dalo kuma ye ago okoma ga ye na we hi salu de do glass ya bi ti le bo hu de kiakia ogu ola lokuma bi pada duem to ye humbate jibu huje chairman na National Council for Civil Education and Democracy humbate siaba Joseph Bidi ogulo nata ogugo agiti ya yiku huju ye he gutu go mi na we tugu at dal kuma a ministry na bo hu de siaba ye siaba bi ye humbate jisia sia to ko agiti ya 2018 ko hu ko we tabi tutohi na bo hu de chia bi ogola lokuma ye to ye na va me bi ti ya gia go bo hi na we tina financial management na we ye education project humbate sia vi ko we tugu loko hebu tidalo kuma na we na bo hu de chia ogola lokuma vi pada duem to ye ko lo munji ya na tina sa bate de sia ba na we tagu ta magata wa duejun na we tatina inter Security Council humbate siaba kebe vi diatina na we ni Republic of Salo Armed Forces sa kwa busia va kebe vi Salo Correctional Service humbate siaba Fire Force tugwa na to workshop bumewa na we ni ko we tabi tukuti ndaga kini la lokuma yigi ge sia makata wago ayala duwe to ye ko membi bi wajita vi tugulo na to bi do Kingston na we biado sa kwa busia ye ho wa na bido salo tebu ko we tabi tukuti go ndaga kini la lokuma na we di goma hande sia ago duwe di makata go ayala ko we higbele ke dile eye duwe to ye ko meju awati na tuguti ya duwe tugulo na te daga kini la lokuma ko itabi digoma hande sia ugo jawu dueju ye ko hunju Inspector General nawe na sa kwa busia to ma hande sia ba William Fire Selo ogulo na ta ogubo agiti ya ko hunju ye he go to go mi gitabi se pia ni ko itabi to go daga kini tupu agoya nawe digoma hande sia dueji mangata go ela ko we hibele ke dile eye dueju to ye ko hunjum Chief Defense Staff na we na Salon Major General Ama Ala Bangura ogulo na ta ogugo agiti ya ko hunjum ko we ye humbate bibi wajima to wahi ko we ta vi tukutuku agoya na we gege hende sia na we ago dal kuma ko we dueji mangata go ela Salon le do glass ya tele bu hunde sia vi tukutu dal kuma okoma ye dueji to ye humbate jigu hunju ayamelo de ye nava mi lo ye he kutugo mi jita bi tu bote ya doga ko we tukutu pu agoya na we he bi si am de se akutu akiye kebe na we makata daga le ko we ye de jisia sia ko tu pu agoya ti dal kuma okpoma ye doejima he bele ke dile eye doe bodi se jimi ha be le ufu la uma ka penge ya le na sia na me ugba ma ni mu bo ema na ha beta yugu husia le ko fu la uma ta aji doke jilos mada bio bwana ubatelia wa getia miado binsmani conference yeho waina video salote kebevi ministry na nawe na bo hunde sia baki bwana to ubatelia to kwa getia nawe tutu mapu ya fiscal year 2025 city budget nawe ye na bo hunde sia sia seta gula tidal kuma okpoma ye regiment but they said you may have available food of ma. Obama Slbc TV on what is yapa. Nyamia Ibrahim Kuma Goodwell Behuka Ke Amoroy what he came.
to bridge the gap between Sean Diddy Combs, who the public knew, and the person that the prosecution describes as a racketeer and a sex trafficker. We were told by the defense yesterday this is the first time the two of them have seen each other or communicated in any way in the last 6.5 years since the death of Kim Porter. Kim Porter, the mother of 4 of Diddy's children, who played a very prominent role in the defense's opening statement yesterday, Sarah, to suggest that it was Kim Porter as essentially the person who Cassie compared herself to and realized she could never be, and therefore was enraged with jealousy, and that prompted the civil lawsuit and everything afterwards. Of course, the prosecution is saying, no, this is somebody who is a domestic abuser, a drug user who will use his power, reputation, and influence, and inner circle and enterprise to force women to have sex that was non-consensual, for money or for some received service or benefit. This is going to be an incredible day today in court. Cassie, I note, is pregnant, almost due with her third child. You can imagine the dynamic at play to have her enter the courtroom as somebody who is visibly pregnant. How will the defense treat her on cross? How will the prosecution address her and beyond? This is going to be an incredible day for this trial.
Yes, I do want to talk to you about what we heard from the defense, though, because they did admit to the domestic violence. Hard to ignore that it is on camera, and Diddy, paid money to Cassie Ventura in the civil suit. But they do say, look, this isn't racketeering, this isn't sex trafficking. What do you think about the strategy that the defense is using?
Well, the strategy for the defense is you have to admit what you can't deny and deny what you don't want to admit. That's exactly what they did. They said, we will own the domestic violence. You're not going to like him. You won't like the way he behaves. He has a violent and bad temper, especially when he uses bad drugs. Their entire premise was he may be all of those things, drug user, domestic abuser, but he's not charged with domestic abuse. There's not a separate assault allegation or a drug charge, and the prosecution is going to have a very hard time, the defense believes, trying to bridge that gap. He may be a domestic abuser, but he's not a trafficker or a racketeer. Now, that is the only real strategy they can use here to try to address that very critical video. But for the prosecution, they're looking at that video as one of the key pieces of evidence to show that she was trying to get away from these so-called freak-offs, that she was trying to escape his possession in that moment and tried to leave and was dragged back, as we saw. And there's a moment here, though, this video is going to play, particularly in this testimony. I was surprised yesterday, the frequency and the initial use of that video. They didn't play it just one time. They played it at least 8 or 9 times, stopping and starting to make sure this jury was really invested. And Sarah, when I was watching those jurors very carefully, I wanted to see how were they reacting. And they were paying attention. They were leaned in. It was an incredible sight to see.
Yeah, I mean, it is important that you're getting this view of the jury. You're getting the view that the public can't see on television, but you're getting to see their reactions, and that's very important too. And you know very well, the prosecutors and the defense both watching the jury as well, how they're taking in all this information. Laura Coates, thank you so much for being there and for giving us these great reports. Appreciate it. Kate?
Focusing in today, and it's a devastating blow for the Celtics. Star forward Jason Tatum down with a leg injury in Game 4 last night against the New York Knicks. CNN's Andy Scholes is following this one. Andy, what's happening? What happened, and how is he doing? What are you hearing?
Well, Kate, Celtics head coach Joe Mazzulla said after the game last night Tatum would undergo an MRI today, and the team has not provided any further updates since then. But, I mean, as you mentioned, just a devastating blow to the Celtics. Tatum was having an epic Madison Square Garden performance with 42 points in Game 4, but right here in the fourth quarter, he's going to lunge for this ball, goes down immediately, and you can tell by his reaction, he knew it was serious. Tatum was helped off. He was eventually in a wheelchair then in the back. The fear is that he has ruptured his Achilles. Here was Tatum's teammates after the game on his injury.
Tonight is tough. I think everybody's kind of in a loss for words just because, like, you know, one, losing the game, but obviously the concern with JT.
That's our brother, and so you hate to see him go down, and like we just know the type of guy he is, and yeah, it's tough to see him go down.
Yeah, Celtics now down 3-1 in this series, and it appears they'll be without Tatum the rest of the way. But Jalen Brunson, he was once again just fabulous for the Knicks. He scored 39 points in front of a rocking crowd there at MSG. Knicks won the game 121-113 and can now punch their ticket to the Eastern Conference Finals for the first time in 25 years on Wednesday. The Timberwolves, meanwhile, they're also on the brink of the conference finals. Anthony Edwards and Julius Randle, they combined to score 61 points. Minnesota beat Golden State 117-110. Warrior season will now be on the line in Game 5, and Steph Curry still expected to miss that one with his injured hamstring. All right, and finally, the Dallas Mavericks shocking the world, winning the draft lottery and the right to select Duke star Cooper Flagg last night. The Mavs had just a 1.8% chance of getting the first overall pick. It's the 4th lowest odds by a team to win the lottery. Dallas jumps 10 spots, which is also the biggest move by a team in lottery history. And, you know, Mavs general manager Nico Harrison, he's been under fire since trading Luka Doncic. Well, he was going crazy here along with the rest of the Mavs brass after they won. But, Kate, the conspiracy theorists are all out right now because, you know, the joke ahead of this was, you know, oh, the Mavs are going to end up winning the lottery now that they traded Luka to the Lakers. And then it ended up happening with them having a less than 2% chance. But, hey, congrats to those Dallas fans because they had had a rough few months after that trade.
I mean, this is the only realm that I'm cool with conspiracy theories, okay? This is the only realm I would like the record to show. But that's fun. I want any reason to have to jump up from a table like they did, though.
Things always have this weird way of working out like this in the NBA. Just saying.
I mean, we are really, really stoking it today.
There's been lots of questions about the draft lottery already.
This is not CNN reporting. We don't know anything. We're just having fun. Have I couched it
This is a
enough?
disclaimer. That's a disclaimer.
Done.
Exactly.
Saved us all again.
Yeah.
Thanks, Andy.
Yeah. Please talk to your doctors. All right. This morning, President Trump insists his plans to accept a $400 million luxury jet from the Qatari royal family to use as Air Force One is all on the up and up. He says it is not a gift to him, but to the Pentagon. But what does the Constitution say about all this? CNN's Tom Foreman has the latest.
The possibility of a $400 million gift jet from Qatar to serve as President Trump's new Air Force One is drawing lightning strikes of criticism. Trump's latest grift. It's not just bribery, it's premium foreign influence with extra legroom. And from the vice chair of the Senate Ethics Committee,
this is almost exactly the sort of gift that our founders had in mind that Americans shouldn't accept. And I'll remind you, other federal employees can't accept even $50.
The plane would appear to fly in the face of the U.S. Constitution's emoluments clause, which says no person holding any office shall, without the consent of Congress, accept of any present of any kind whatever from any king, prince, or foreign state. Ask about that, Trump hit back.
It's not a gift to me, it's a gift to the Department of Defense.
Analysts say the gift plane would likely have to be entirely stripped down and rebuilt to make sure it does not hold technology detrimental to presidential security. After all, Qatar has long ties to Hamas, a terrorist group in the eyes of the U.S. government.
The nation of Qatar, unfortunately, has historically been a funder of terrorism at a very high level.
Why is the United States of America accepting a gift of this magnitude from a foreign government that supported terrorist organizations?
In his first term, Trump hit upon the idea of revamping Air Force One, upgrading it, changing the color.
You know what colors we're using? Take a guess.
Red, white, and blue.
Red, white, and blue.
He became frustrated by the long, expensive process of doing all that. But now, Qatar has offered him a quick fix, and he's on board.
I would never be one to turn down that kind of an offer. I mean, I could be a stupid person and say, no, we don't want a free, very expensive airplane.
All right. Our thanks to our reporters there. Coming up, Brand this morning, former President Biden's closest advisors reportedly discussed the possibility of him using a wheelchair if he were elected to a second term. We've got more on the details there. And several train lines in Baltimore shut down after a massive 7-alarm fire broke out at a warehouse near a rail station. You can see all the people out there watching what's happening. Those stories and more ahead.
Welcome to Angola, the undiscovered, the pristine. Arriving to expansive, vibrant cities, vast and ever-growing, onto deserts, waterfalls, and wild beauty. A breathtaking journey waiting for you. Angola, ready for discovery.
Africa sits on the brink of unparalleled transformation. Leading financial institutions are embracing digitalization. Access Bank is at the forefront, redefining banking for the modern age. With digital solutions that transcend borders and bold partnerships that support financial inclusion, this isn't just banking, it's a blueprint for the Africa of tomorrow. Access, more than banking.
I'm Hanukkah Montgomery in Osaka, Japan, and this is CNN.
Today, we live in an unpredictable environment, and news races around the world at breakneck speed.
Demi Moore, Kate Winslet, Chancellor Merkel, welcome to the program.
I think that societies that suppress their women are the least successful economically.
My show brings you the latest news and top news makers.
Do you feel the Trump administration understand what's at stake?
I'll be honest, we have to work on it.
What do you want people to know about mortality?
And we also dive below the headlines.
These scenes have been the most emotional scenes for Syrians.
What do you want the impact of this particular film to be?
It's corny to say, but it's about love. It's the only thing worth dying for, only thing worth living for.
It's crucial we make sense of what's happening and fully understand what's at stake.
Does Europe have enough forces to patrol 1,300 kilometers of a line of contact against Russia?
Amanpour, tonight on CNN. CNN has been nominated for 33 News and Documentary Emmy Awards for Outstanding Journalism, reporting the stories that matter to better understand the world.
Business is all about making connections. But some connections are easier to make than others. With a CNN partner hotel, the world is always at your fingertips. CNN partner hotels, connected to your world.
Today, we live in an unpredictable environment, and news races around the world at breakneck speed.
How do you feel being in here with these badly wounded soldiers?
I was just being criticized for how I looked.
My show brings you the latest news and top news makers.
What do you want people to know about mortality?
These scenes have been the most emotional scenes for Syrians.
It's corny to say, but it's about love. It's the only thing worth living for.
Amanpour, tonight on CNN.
I'm Rahel Solomon in New York, and this is CNN.
So several train lines out of Baltimore have been canceled today after a massive fire broke out at a mattress warehouse, actually. It was a 7-alarm fire. It began Monday night and just grew out of control. Luckily, the warehouse was vacant at the time, but it is located near train tracks in a residential area. And that's what caused Amtrak to pause service between Baltimore and D.C. 30 people living in the area were told to evacuate as more than 200 firefighters responded to fight the blaze. Also this morning, an investigation is underway after a semi-truck carrying 10,000 gallons of crude oil slammed into a home in Utah. It happened early Monday in Wellington, which is about 120 miles from Salt Lake City. Troopers say the driver ran off the road, hit several parked cars, a utility pole, and a fire hydrant before crashing into the house. A couple was inside and they were hurt. Their 12-year-old grandson was there as well. He was not harmed. Authorities believe that the driver may have fallen asleep at the wheel. And rapper Tory Lanez is recovering after being repeatedly stabbed in the California prison where he's serving a 10-year sentence for shooting hip-hop star Megan Thee Stallion. A prison spokesperson says Lanez was rushed to the hospital after yesterday morning's attack. A post on his verified social media said that he was stabbed 14 times and both of his lungs collapsed. That same post says he's in pain, but he is in good spirits and, quote-unquote, pulling through. Sarah.
All right, new this morning, President Biden's closest advisors privately discussed the possibility that he may need to use a wheelchair if he won re-election because his physical health had deteriorated so much. That scoop out this morning from Axios.
It's midday in Freetown. Good afternoon and welcome to the podium. Our quote for today comes from Jason Medina, an American international author, and it says, "It became a domino effect as infected people took foolish risks, knowing full well they could spread the virus." Well, in this edition of the podium, Sierra Leone records increased numbers of Mpox infection and health providers call for increased community approach to tackle the virus. SLBC workers nationwide issues a 21-day strike notice to the government. And Disability Awareness Group and One Family People to implement a 3-year program for social protection for disabled. Well, all these and more coming up in this edition of the podium. Be part of it. Send your messages to 030-073-719. The number again is 030-073-719. This is the podium coming to you live on Slbc Television in Freetown. My name is Daphne Zainab Kamara. Welcome to the podium. First on the podium this afternoon. For the past 2 weeks, the country has witnessed a sharp rise in the rate of Mpox infection, especially in Freetown. According to the Ministry of Health, the National Health Agency, over 1,980 people have been infected with the virus, and Freetown accounts for over 80% of the caseload. 12 people have died from the virus so far. With the level of community transmission and how long the virus has been circulating without check, many say this is as a result of the level of denial at the initial stage of the outbreak. Sierra Leone recorded its first Mpox case in January. The Mpox virus has further exposed the country's healthcare services in responding to outbreaks. So what is the ministry doing to tackle the virus? I have Howard Thomas, who is the Health Education Manager, Ministry of Health. Good afternoon, sir. Welcome to the program.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, the question is, what is the ministry doing to tackle the virus?
Yeah, this is a concerted effort by the Ministry of Health, the National Public Health Agency, and all our health development partners, and the community as well. To tackle diseases, especially diseases that deals with, human behavior, social behavior change, and all of this. It needs a concerted effort. Much as we are dealing with expert knowledge, lay perspective and involvement is also overly important. Mpox is not only peculiar to Sierra Leone alone. Almost all countries, regions across the world are reporting cases. In fact, since 2022, this has been intensified. But we only got our own outbreak early this year on the 10th of January. So, and Mpox is a highly contagious disease or infectious disease. So the spread actually, it can spread very easily, and it needs, efforts from everybody, because if you have Mpox, for example, and if you do not report, you are mingling with other people, you stand the risk of, predisposing other people to threats. Sometimes you may be alright, but those that you infect may not be as strong as you are. So what we are doing, on our own part, is to make sure that we give sound and accurate information to the public so that we increase knowledge and also make sure that we influence attitudes. But there are some myths, misconceptions, or attached to this particular disease, as we all know. And again, because it deals with the international health regulation talks about trade and travel. Diseases spread at the speed of a jetliner. For instance, if I'm in Sierra Leone this morning, I take my breakfast here in Sierra Leone, I can take my lunch in Ghana, and then my dinner in Brussels, and maybe in my supper in the United States, for instance. So if you have any disease, that is the speed at which it travels. So it's important for people to understand this, that diseases like Mpox can spread, very, very easily. So we are trying to work on the hearts and minds of people so that they can understand. And then comparison with Ebola, Corona, measles, and other things, they're all also epidemic-prone diseases. But every disease has its own way of fighting. We have disease-specific, strategies in, attacking, these diseases. For instance, this deals with, personal protection. It deals with protecting your loved ones, for example. Because if I know that, for me, I'm going to different institutions, I'm interacting with people, for instance. So if people fail, even when they know, for instance, to put hand washing stations or other things, I would actually try to protect myself, and by extension protect anybody that I will be interacting with. For instance, I have my own, alcohol-based rope, and with me. So if I go anywhere there is nothing, then I will make sure that I do it. And if I see someone doing something that could predispose somebody, I will straight away, educate that person. So this is what we should be doing. And the attitudes, let me say, if you look at, if you go to a database, and then for cholera, then you look at the areas or the addresses, specific addresses where these things actually, people were infected with cholera. When Ebola came, these were the specific areas. And when also COVID and even this. So it shows that the attitudes and behavior is also, this one also plays in this. So that is what we are actually doing, because in the Ministry of Health, for instance, or the government, we have Mpox is just one part of the whole puzzle. We have a lot of other things that we are doing and a lot of gains that we have made. So if we want to be successful in this, and even to maintain these gains, everybody should actually be supportive of this process. Otherwise, we'll bring Mpox down tomorrow. Something another disease might actually, that we have controlled, might actually spring up again.
Okay,
so
let us
be very serious.
Let's come to your ministry. Gauging the number of increased cases, let's talk about the transmission pattern. Have you studied that?
Yes, of course. This disease, we have gotten like 3 waves. I think I explained that yesterday. The first wave was actually where absolutely no death and few, less than about 2 digits. And then came the other wave when we were having 3 digits and all, and then we started having deaths. And then again another wave came wherein a different presentation actually showed up, like the genital lesions and other things. It is not strange to say in a lot of other countries, this is actually happening. And when we have a disease like this, and in a population where people are not immune to this, because we have not experienced mass, infection of Mpox. Because in certain situations wherein they are actually experienced these ones, a lot of people may have gotten what we call immunity, and that is what we call herd immunity. If I am immune and this gentleman is sitting close to me, if the virus comes from somebody else, I will be like a mechanical barrier of stopping this. So that is why we are doing all that we can. We are using what we call multi-pronged strategy. We are using vaccination. We are also making sure that we use the simple measures that are very effective, that is preventive measures. And also,
but those don't seem to be working, because we know that this was declared a public health emergency and the cases are the numbers are just increasing. What more can the ministry and the National Public Health Agency do?
Have you studied the trend of diseases? I have studied, diseases, the pattern. As someone who is grounded in epidemiology as well, you will notice that, when this disease come, there is a pattern. It will go somewhere to a peak, and then it will drop, and then it will follow a steady trend until it goes. Diseases does not.
So people should not be afraid.
So what I'm saying, because why we are seeing the numbers higher now, because we are making sure that we bring out all of these people. If we want to appease people by not showing the number of cases, it would not help us. Or asking people to come out because we are afraid. They are already infected, so they should come out, and we should be bold to give the figures so that people know. But when this happens, then we will be able to get a very good opportunity of interrupting the transmission chain. That is exactly what we are doing. If we have those cases, all of these cases are primary contacts, secondary, and sometimes tertiary contacts. If we monitor these ones, and we would notice that we actually tell them what to do, we do proper intervention, most of them would not be infected. Let us see, like in 2045, if all of these 2045 people, then they infect, let's say 10 people, how the number would go up. But this is not the case. Let us see. And these numbers that we are seeing are cumulative numbers. When we start from the first case, that case is no longer a case, that case has sufficiently recovered, well, that case is part of the statistics. So if even to the point where you have one case only not recovered, then we will still say we have 2,000 and something. It's cumulative. No one, not a case would actually go out of the statistics. Okay. So in actual fact, we don't have that number
now.
We don't have that number as active cases. Okay. We have some, about 400 or more, that have actually recovered. They are out of it. In the coming days and in the coming weeks, we will get more and more and more recoveries. Okay. But to the time that we would record the very last case, when we would have taken like 2 incubation periods, 45 and 42 days without a case, we will still say, for instance, we have 2,500 cases, but we are cumulative. But that would not have been the case. So this is how the statistics.
Okay,
is.
so let's come to the level of seriousness with your ministry with regards contact tracing, because we know that's one of the methods in getting people out. We had a case here, one member of staff had. Nobody came here to check on any of us.
Yeah, that one, we have dealt with that one yesterday.
No, but it's a different program.
No, yes.
And we have a different audience.
Oh, we have a different audience. Now, what I'm saying is, for instance, I will take myself as an example. If I am infected now, and then the surveillance person comes to me and say, Howard, who are your contacts? And since yesterday I was in this studio, I have interacted with a number of people, I went to church and all of this. If I decide to tell them that, okay, we are just 3 in the house.
So you act based on what you're told?
Yeah, we have 3 in the house, and even if we probe, we do investigations. Okay. You don't tell, I don't even, let's also assume that they don't know where I work. I don't even give them information of where I work. Maybe I have some activities. I go to the nightclub at night. I don't even say that. How would they know? These surveillance officers, in the past they call them, or in the CDC they call them disease detectives. They work as like the police, the police men that are doing investigations. That is what we are actually doing, case investigation. So if you decide to conceal that secret, I'm saying this, maybe if you check, honestly, that person did not even tell them that he or she is working at the Slbc, and or he or she has interacted with 10, 20, 50, or 30 or 50 or 100 people in a nightclub. So this is how it spreads. If you are honest enough, then you'll be able to make sure, because this is how it works. So we cannot even accuse these people, because this is what they are there to do. The line list people get all the lists of people, and then they do an assessment of how the contact is. For instance, for mpox, if I'm here in this studio and you are sitting over there, if I am infected, you will be a contact, but you will not be a primary contact, because I did not touch you. I did not use any of your utensils. But the person that I will be sleeping with, or be in the same house together, we eat together, that one will be a primary contact. So this is how it works. There are contacts that we just observe, but they are not of interest to us, although we can observe them. So it depends on what you are saying. You will be in this office and someone will be upstairs. without sharing any offices, or that person is a contact theoretically, but that person is not that as important in this investigation. So this is how it works.
Okay. Well, thank you so much. Continue to stay with us in the program. He is the Health Education Manager, Ministry of Health, Harold Thomas. For another issue this afternoon, nationwide staff of the National Public Service Broadcaster, SLBC, have issued a 21 days strike notice to the government due to the poor conditions of service and lack of confidence and trust in the current Board of Trustees headed by Dr. Willie James. Since the merger, the SLBS and UN radio staff welfare issues have been appalling, leaving staff with no options than to seek greener pastures elsewhere, for which the institution today continues to face human resource gap. Emmanuel Samura is a news editor at the SLBC and is joining us to discuss the many welfare issues at the institutions. Good afternoon, Emmanuel. Welcome to the podium.
Good afternoon, Daphne, and also good afternoon, viewers.
Now, Emmanuel, yesterday we saw the Minister of Information. He came here to address us. Let's deal with that first. How satisfied are the staff members because of his meeting yesterday?
Well, I want to say, staff members, when the minister called that he wants to meet with us, everybody wanted to hear what he wants to say. And after the meeting yesterday, to tell you, it's the general view that the staff members were not satisfied, because we are of the opinion that the issues that are on floor were not being addressed. And the minister himself made it clear, because yesterday when he came, it's about he labored more on the law, looking at the SLBC's Act. He looked at the SLBC's Act because our first request in the 21 days ultimatum is the welfare of the staff, and it was the first thing that we put in front of him for him to address. But the second request was for the board to be dissolved, but he took time to talk on the board. The powers of the board. Nice. It's as if we were taking lectures. He printed just two, because the Act, SLBC Act is 7 page. In fact, he is the one, some of us have read that Act before, but we did not pay that much of an attention to it. But having listened to what he said, it urged some of us to, it prompted us to read it. Yesterday night, I took time to read it over and over again, for some of us to really understand. But we have, for the lawyers, they have different interpretations. Exactly. Some lawyers will tell you that there are exceptions to every law. But what he said yesterday from the minister's mouth, and as stated in the law, what he said that the SLBC's Act of 2009 was created in such a way that for the institution is a corporation, it was created for the institution to be independent, and that he, as a minister, he does not have any powers or whatsoever to intervene within the day-to-day business of the SLBC, any of the operations of the SLBC. The only thing that he has powers to was that to receive reports, to make reports, and then present documents of the SLBC to cabinet, and all of these things.
So that begs the question: why was he here then yesterday?
So that's where staff were dissatisfied. They say, in as much as the minister has said, because everybody thinks that he should be supervising the SLBC, but from him he said he does not have the power, that rather the board has the power. And then and he said the board supervise the administration. And then there is this question that who supervises the board? That he was unable to say. He said the board's arrangement is something that there's a statutory arrangement. They have been selected or have been appointed according to recommendations from bodies, from separate bodies. You have SLAG, you have the Interreligious Council, you have engineers from the University of Sierra Leone, and you have CSOs, and you have the other institutions, about 10 institutions. But the board chair is being appointed by the president himself. So he said that it's a statutory arrangement, but he was unable to say who supervises the board.
Okay.
So where the dissatisfaction came in with staff is that in as much as the minister said that he does not have anything to do with the SLBC when it comes to playing a real supervisory role, and that the board is and that the board is not being supervised by any, but we believe that the president himself, because he's the one that appointed the board chair. So that's why we are now, the staff are now saying that, well, we don't need to consider talking to the minister any longer. We need to now escalate the case, the matter, to the president himself. Bring it to him himself. Because when you look at the issues of the SLBC, even before I came to the SLBC, this particular issue, these are issues that have always been there. And he himself at that large dinner, he made that statement there that the issues of the SLBC, they are perennial. They are perennial. They knew about that. That's why when he said he registered his dissatisfaction, because we went viral without consulting or talking to him, bringing the issues to him.
But he later justified the action.
Yes.
Because if he has no business here,
so
why would we?
So that's where some of the issues. And when you look at it, the SLBC has appalling welfare conditions. For example, one of the issues that we struggle with is proper grading system according to the responsibility.
So what was his response? Because I know that question was posed to him over and over again.
The only thing that he said with regards that was that management will do systems review and present documents to you. But we have some admin staff that were there. They said that particular thing have been done long since. Okay. You know, they said that particular thing have been done long since, and these documents have been presented to several stakeholders. So they don't know why they are still calling for it. But when you look at it, for example, I came to the SLBC. If I can speak now in front of the camera or presenting, some of you guys, you taught us how to do it. And every day you sharpen our knowledge or sharpen our skills on how to do these things. You know, some of us, we came here and we met you guys. But when you look at it, we are all in the same grade. Imagine people who, all of those professionals that I met here, none of them, all of them, they have internationally certified papers. And some of us, we also have papers, international papers, and we have degrees. When you look at it, the SLBC, you have 90% of staff are in grade 2. For an institution, a public institution, this is a professional institution. Imagine we are a public servant. We are not in the civil service, but a public service, grade 2, and that individual works 15-20 hours.
Yes, no overtime.
Sleep no overtime. So in fact, this morning when we held the staff meeting, people are now saying, in as much as the minister they want to take it to the law, staff are now saying, okay, we should take it to the law. How staff are saying how to take it to the law? They say we have the SLBC manual, and the SLBC manual stipulates that we work 8 hours. So some staff are now saying we'll start to work according to the manual. Because if people start to work, now they want to take it to the law. Now staff are now saying, okay, now let's take it to the law. We work according to what the law says. If the SLBC cannot pay us overtime, then we want to work overtime. If even I am doing a production that should be aired nationally, if it's 8 hours, then I should stop. The only way I work is when the SLBC bargain with me that, oh, we'll pay you overtime for this particular work. These are some of the concerns that have started coming in because the minister was unable to address it that way. You understand? And people are aggrieved. To say that we've cancelled the 21-day ultimatum, it is not true. Because
who said it was cancelled?
This morning the minister was there on morning coffee.
Okay.
We want to make it.
Was he the one who issued the 21-day strike notice?
He was not the one that issued the 21-day strike notice. So why would he say it has been cancelled? By who? Well, that's what got us puzzled.
Okay.
Saying that the staff of the SLBC, not the management, the staff of the SLBC, we issued a 21-day ultimatum.
So make it clear to the public now, what is our resolve? Regarding the 21-day strike notice.
Our resolve regarding 21 strike notice, you know, yesterday when the minister said all of what he said, we catalogued all of it. We are journalists. There are times we do not look at the words that people say. We think beyond what you say. Your body language, each and every word. That's why when the minister was speaking yesterday, we recorded it and we played it. We look at the body language and each and everything. And we have decided to go according to letter. We'll follow this issue. This is not something that we are going to relent. because I am a young man. Maybe tomorrow I will not be here, but my children that will come after me, they will ask me, Dad, you used to work at the SLBC. What did you do? Posterity will not live. Posterity will judge me. I do not want that to happen. That's why some of us have come out.
That's why for members of staff, people are even scared of the children coming to work here.
Yeah. Well, that's the sad part about it. And I made it here the last time saying that the broadcast workforce of Sierra Leone is being developed by the SLBC. That is not an
because as soon as they gain knowledge from us, they leave us.
They leave us.
They go elsewhere.
When you look at erecting of all of those different media houses that you are seeing, this let me tell the public, for the public to understand. Our engineers, our professionals, even some of you guys, some of us, they've solicited our services to develop certain things for some media houses. You know, other media houses that SLBC people are giving consultancy services to, they are growing. But the face, this is the face of the nation.
Yes.
For God's sake, why can't people do the right thing? How can someone be working for the SLBC, the person works 15, 20 hours, and then the person is in grade 2 receiving, the funny thing about the grade 2, some people are in grade 2 that are receiving 1,500, some 2,086 loans,
2,400.
Yeah, some people are receiving 600 and something, some people are receiving 700. This is
same
the thing.
grade 2.
Same grade 2. So you see, 90% of the staff, and then we have our colleagues in the regions. You know, those ones in the regions. The SLBC is the biggest media institution in Sierra Leone. Exactly. When you look at our assets and facilities,
even our radio broadcast,
is all over the nation.
All over.
We have our reporters in the regions. They go to the hardest community, the hard to reach communities to fetch stories. It's appalling to know that they do not have the safety, and some of them are not on salaries. Some of them are being given pittance. You know, the nature of our job. When you look at some other institutions, they off at 5. Some don't even work during the weekends. For us, we do not have holidays. We work day in, day out. Okay. If you are working for the SLBC.
Okay, so Emmanuel, I know you want to talk about all of those constraints because that is in public view now, and people already know what you guys, all of us, are demanding for. And now, yesterday, some staff were, some were a bit scared because I want you to allay their fears, because when the minister kept going on and on about the borders, the prerogative to hire and fire, as if some people think it's a threat. So would you allay the fears of the general staff members?
Me, some of us have said, if we are to be the sacrificial lamb, we do not have a problem. You understand? Because there are sacrifices that people should make for something to happen. But this, we want to allay the fears of all of our colleagues. Some of our colleagues, they've left the SLBC, but their heart and soul are still here. They call us on phone.
And they are doing better.
They are doing better. They call us on phone. I want to allay the fears because the board can recommend to management for management to sack an individual. But all of this process, you have to go to parliament. There are terms and conditions.
Professional misconduct. There are so many aspects.
So many aspects. So to say the board, it's even if the board they recommend to management. They recommend to management, but the board will not just come and say, "Oh, you have to sack that thing with immediate effect." Why should the management sack that thing? Because if the manager won't just wake up on you and say, "I'm going to sack that thing," they should provide answers. Why? They should provide reasons. So all of those things, we know that the board are supervising. That's why we've decided some of the resolutions that
we'll come to that. Okay. Just hold on. Let me try to dismiss Mr. Williams because I think Mr. Thomas, he has somewhere else to be, another radio program, because we know the mpox, how it's ravaging people these days. And now, Mr. Thomas, before you go, let's talk about the vaccine that is being given to people. Who are they for?
The vaccines, we only have 61,300 doses of the vaccines, and presently in country we have 58,100. But the balance actually we can get on request because these are vaccines. We don't want to bring all in country. But if you look at the numbers, we have 8 million, plus or minus in the country. So we cannot, it's not humanly possible to give everybody the vaccines. So as I said, preventive measures, like people are saying, oh, the ministry should do much and all of this. Preventive measures for mpox is quite the easiest, like compared to diseases like Ebola and other diseases. There are non-pharmaceutical interventions, like you make sure you do proper hygiene.
Let's talk about the vaccines.
I'm coming to that.
Because now there are even schools who are requesting that people should take them.
That is what I'm coming to.
Okay.
So if not everybody will get the vaccine, that's why I'm bringing this. So what we should be rely on are other non-pharmaceutical interventions. Those that will be getting the vaccines, initially we said frontline workers, we said contacts of those that are positive, and also other groups, high-risk groups. Okay.
What is?
Yes, I'm coming. So, but now, even for the frontline workers, we have stopped giving them the vaccines now. We are reserving the vaccine because of this situation for the contacts of people that are positive. Because if we want to interrupt the transmission chain, if one is positive and then those contacts we immediately give, it will reduce the number of other people getting the disease. Remember, it's just 61,300. That is all what we have for the vaccine. So even if you are maybe a doctor, if you are not at a very high risk, you can practice other preventive measures. And you are asking who are these other, because people whose lifestyle and occupation would predispose them to mpox.
Like top government officials?
No, they are not. They are not.
That you have not given any of them?
No, when we started, actually, the reason why we are giving some top government officials is for the confidence that before we rolled out the vaccines. For instance, the Minister of Health was the first person that took the vaccine. He would have used other preventive measures and it would have been safe. But he has to take the vaccine because it would actually give confidence, because people that will be eligible for the vaccine will say, okay, look at the minister, he has not taken the vaccine. So he took, even myself, because we are actually talking to people about this, I decided to take the vaccine before it was rolled out. Okay. But that reason is just to give confidence. Okay. If I had not taken the vaccine, I would still also embark on other non-pharmaceutical intervention, and I would be actually safe. Okay. But this is just for confidence, because people are looking, you cannot give food to people when you yourself have not actually tasted this food. Okay. This is what it is for now.
So is it being sold
the vaccine
as alleged by some people?
It is not. If you look at our messages that we put out, those flyers and banners and posters, in fact, I actually validate these messages. It is there. There is a caveat there. The mpox vaccine is not for sale.
Yeah, you can put it there. But have you investigated claims made by certain people?
Well,
they pay for it.
No, it should not be paid for. So if anybody pays for it, or if anybody offers, apart from payment, if you offer any like for instance, any reward for that vaccine, you should be it should be actually dealt with, because we do not allow people to take anything, because these vaccines, according to for those that are the recipient, it is free. Okay. It is being paid for by those that donated the vaccines to us. Because now, as it is, if even you have the money to buy these vaccines, you would not have the chance, because there are countries that have actually requested and paid for these vaccines. Some of them have been put on waiting list for even next year. Even one of our sister countries that have over 210 million people, they only had 20,000 doses, and we're having 61,000 300 doses. You see, it's a blessing for us in Sierra Leone, but the vaccines cannot do everything.
Okay.
It is just an added tool, among the tools that we are using to fight. So if I'm saying this to the public, if anybody asks you for a dime, please make sure that you report that person, even to the police, or for any favor. It can be any financial favor, even any other favor. For that vaccine, it is not for any favor or it is not for any payment. It should be free of cost.
Okay, so finally, before you go, let's talk about helplines to contact you if there is any case spotted.
Well, now we are saying, now if there is, if anyone suspects, of any sign or symptom of mpox, you can go to the nearest health facility, or you can also call our toll-free line 117. So, or you contact any health worker, they can actually lead you to where it is. Because as it is now, we are not actually, by calling, we go to your homes, because there are so many cases, but there are working facilities that they are going. And in fact, there is another like 600 beds that they are trying to put up at Hastings, and then 100 beds at Wellington, and then we have like 100 in Putloko, so that we can increase the space. Okay. Mind you, there are other diseases and conditions of public health importance that we are battling with in Sierra Leone. So if someone goes for delivery, for instance, we will not want to use those delivery beds for mpox cases. So we should all help in this situation to actually make sure that these cases are reduced. Otherwise, we can put all our efforts and we finish mpox in one day, but tomorrow malaria will be killing somebody, or typhoid, or any other disease.
Thank you very much. He is the Health Education Manager, Ministry of Health, Harold Thomas. Well, the podium is going for a short break. When we come back, we shall be talking about disability issues. The program is The Podium, coming to you live on Slbc Television in Freetown. Be part of it. Send your messages to 030-073-719, or you leave a message for us on our Facebook, a comment on our Facebook page at slbc.sl. One Family People and Disability Awareness Group, with support from UNDP, are set to implement a 3-year program that will benefit hundreds of disabled people on social change. For more, I have Amos Bangura, Admin Manager, Disability Awareness Group. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Welcome to the podium. And now let's talk about this 3-year program. What is it all about?
To start with, I want to first of all give everyone with disability awareness actually.
No, let's answer my question, please.
So, the 3-year program is Program for Inclusion and Empowerment, which is the PIPE program, funded by Linear Funds, not UNDP, funded by Linear Funds from Netherlands. Linear Funds they are working directly with One Family People, our strategic partner of organization here in Sierra Leone. One Family People are also working with 6 partners organizations where DAG is fortunate to be among the 6 partners. The PIPE program, which is the Program for Inclusion and Empowerment, starts this year in January. The program itself has 5 domains, which is the social inclusion domains, the empowerment domains, health domains, education domains, and livelihood domains. All these domains have its own activity to be implemented during the
3 years time.
Yes.
Okay, so let's talk about how will the disabled people benefit. So let's start with the health domain.
Alright, in connection of the health domain, the health domain, we are, because the project itself has the 5 domain has each advisor that give advices to each partners organization, telling us how to do our program. The health domain presently, we are our organization, because we are working at the Western Rural District, which after they have do the alignment of the partner organization, they sent us to the Western Rural to do our 3 years implementation. So last week we have met with the health practitioners in the Western Rural District, do a familiarization with them, telling them about our organizations, and also told them that we have a 3 years project which we have come in the Western Rural District to put hands and gloves together to push disability issue in the rural district. And we also talk about the health component in the Disability Act, what are the provisions and what to do, how the health practitioners should be treating persons living with disability in the Western Rural District.
So how will the disabled benefit? Are you going to be strictly paying the medical bills, or is it going to be like free medical for the disabled?
Well, as of now, there are free medical that is going on, despite it's not too
limited.
But thank God it's ongoing. What we are doing as an organization, because when we have when they communicated to us that we have they have issues to be addressed in the area of health, we will send one of our staff together with the person that is affected with the sick, go to the government hospital, do our lobbying, telling the health individual that this person is disabled, and there should be a free medical for them. Later on, they will assess them, do the necessary treatment that they needed.
Okay, but the 3-year program, it's just like you dwelling on the existing structures made available for disabled. It's not like you implementing anything new for the benefits of the disabled. Correct me if I'm wrong.
No, you are correct, because even the closing of the last project that we are doing with Lily and Fund and One Family People, it was the child empowerment program, whereas this component we are also involved.
So what's the essence of this 3-year program?
Well, the 3-year program is,
if it does not make much impact in the lives of these people.
This 3-year project will create more impact. Reason being because we are now connecting with other institutions in the Western Rural District. For instance, if the government hospital in the Western Rural, we will partner with them, network with them, telling them about the how they should handle disability issue. We also coordinate with the school authorities, tell them about how they should handle.
So this is more of an awareness reason.
Awareness reason.
But much has been done. Much has been done.
Yeah, much has been done.
In the area of awareness reason.
Yeah, but one thing about advocacy is a continuous process. Okay. It's a continuous process. The more you do something, the more another issue come up, and you have to advocate more for it.
Okay, so your group, Disability Awareness Group, now you have the opportunity to tell us more about it.
Okay. Thank you very much, Ma. Disability Awareness Action Group was founded in the year 2001. Dr. Kaba Franklin Bangoa is the executive director, which I am blessed and fortunate to be his son. Because I'm his first son. Dr. Kababa Fankimangwa, I'm his first son. 2001, he established the Disability Awareness Action Group. By then, I was a boy. So with several people, Mr. Kotekwi, the current executive secretary of commission, and others. The Disability Awareness Action Group has been in existence since then. It has created so many impacts in the life of persons living with disability. For instance, one of the persons that I love to make reference of is George Wingham, one of the disabled fellows that is doing extremely well in the sports sector of this country. He passed through Disability Awareness Action Group as one of our beneficiaries. We have also helped several people also present this last year. We have about 3 beneficiaries who graduated from Fabe College and Miscellaneous University, and also we have about 3 of them also who are doing their courses as IPAM and FDC as a whole. So we have created so many impacts as an organization. In fact, there is no place, nowhere you will talk about disability issue without mentioning Disability Awareness Action Group, because our executive director has served as one of the president of SLUDI, Sierra Leone Union of Disability Issue. Is during his tenure. We are fortunate to make mention of the National Commission for Persons with Disability. During his tenure, we have opportune and pleased to talk about the Disability Act, which is with me now. So because of that, you will not talk about disability issues without mentioning Disability Awareness Action Group, and even the director itself, Dr. Kababa Fankimangwa.
Okay, so now that this 3-year program is going to be implemented by your group, let's talk about more new things that the disabled will benefit from, because I see you beaming with pride talking about your father and you being part of the organization.
Well, one of the benefits person living with disability will be benefited is the area of the proper networking with institutions. Now we have created a platform in engaging the institution, telling them about how they should handle persons with disability in their different sectors and the likes.
Okay, well, thank you very much. Continue to stay with us in the program. He is Amos Bangura, Admin Manager, Disability Awareness Action Group. For another issue this afternoon, Maboka Government Secondary School for Boys, a prestigious government-sponsored institution in Maboka, Tonkolili District, is set to celebrate its 75th anniversary, established in 1950. Well, to tell us more about the school, we have one of us in the studio, Mohamed Lamin Tume. Good afternoon. Welcome to the podium.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon.
Well, Maboka MOBA will be proud to have you as one of its own.
Indeed. And you are very proud of that also.
Okay, yes, I know. So tell us more about the 75th anniversary celebrations.
Well, it's a Jubilee celebration. We have the Maboka Old Boys Association, which is MOBA celebrating its 1 years, and that's we have the school itself, the government secondary school for boys, which is Maboka Boys School, celebrating its 75th anniversary. So it will start on the 15th May with Foundation Day, which will be 10 a.m. We'll be having a candle parade also with a bubble dance at 8 p.m. And also we'll be having on the 16th May, it's a varieties of program we'll start on the 15th to that of the 18th. We'll be having our Foundation Day on the 15th, football competition, jogging competition, or also a variety of programs. We ensure that to celebrate it's a school that has produced men of substance, like the former president, His Excellency, and his the deputy leader of parliament, AK, and then the Lami, a whole host of them, even the former Kamba, Kamukabol, you are talking about. These are all men from the said school, produced men of substance who have contributed to the nation. So it's a thing that's an annual event that we go to Maboka, we try to motivate the young boys that look at us. We are here today, we are just like you by then, from the body home to now to bigger institution. We are contributing to the country's development, to the country's economy, which is good as a citizen. So we all breed from this said institution. So it's a moment that we'll be having our union night. We talk to the boys, we'll be together to see how best we can promote the ideology of the school, and we'll see how best we can build the school.
Okay, now before we go to all of an in-depth of the celebrations, let's just take a look at a brief history of the school.
Well, the Mapoka Government Secondary School for Boys, it was established in 1950. It's a government-sponsored school. It was built by the colony and then to ensure that access to education. We're having also the Government Secondary School for Girls, which is Matura. It's the girls' school. The school is built to ensure from the north. It's called Oxford of the North because people from Kono, Makeni, within the surrounding districts and children, they send their kids there to the school to ensure that they get a quality product because it's a body home school. But because of the township, so also we have the day students who also go to the school to ensure that they have access to education. It's a colonial school anyway. It's built to ensure that to promote education.
Okay, so now with all the activities lined up, we see nowadays most people going about with all of this celebration to celebrate their alma mater. Let's talk about one thing that you're proud of being part of the school.
Well, a host of things so far, because the first thing I will say that we have produced the president of this country, and then he's a likable personality, and then he's a very respected person. He was from that school, so I think I'm proud of that. So putting on my Moba t-shirt, it tells me that indeed, and also I'm even proud of myself.
So for schools who have not produced presidents, that what do you want to tell us?
Well, that I can't say because I think a whole about an issue is quality, and then you go in for things that you know it's of quality. At the end, they will ask you, what have you done so far? What is the result? And then we are called Oxford of the North for a particular reason, because for the past years we have contributed, produced good results, and then ensure that the school maintain its standard. I think one other thing I could say.
So let's talk about scores in public exams.
We have been having 100% every. As for me, even to me, when I took my last exam, I got 3 A's and 2 B's. So it tells that the school is definitely contributing. For the past within 2015 to 2016 till now, we have been within the first 7 in public exam. So it tells that, and then it's 100 for 100. If you go to WAEC, when they say 100, it means it's of good quality.
Okay. So finally, the climax for the celebrations, what would it be like?
Well,
it's the 18th, right, of May?
The 15th. The 15th to the 18th.
No, the last day.
Yeah, the last day it's gonna be on the
Thanksgiving.
Yeah, it's gonna be a Thanksgiving.
So what would you come out with? Keke, Wrangler, hammock,
yeah, where people
or
are,
bikes,
no, people are asking,
boats?
No, it's gonna be the elephant.
Oh, elephant. Okay.
It's gonna be the elephant because we are connected with that of the PO. We are having the same emblem, which is the elephant. But by large, it's
no, the Prince of Wales has a lion, not an elephant.
So so we were having the side of the elephant. So it's gonna be a colorful one in the town.
So are you promising people to see an elephant on that day?
Well, basically.
Don't make a promise you won't keep. Okay, well, thank you so much. He is Mohamed Lamin Toure, SLBC's one of SLBC's finest, and a product of the Maboka Boys School in Maboka. They're celebrating 75 years. And so, Emmanuel, finally, let's talk about what the staff plan to do to make sure that the voices be heard and action be taken, especially with the harmonization of our salaries and all of what is in the pipeline.
Okay, because the SLBC issues, they are no longer secrets and they are perennial. You know, this morning, entirely I said it, we held a meeting to set to ourselves, our staff, and we brought up certain resolutions. Now we're on this 21-day ultimatum. And when we put the 21-day ultimatum, we said it clearly. We are not going to cancel it until we see the green lights at the end of the tunnel that our issues are going to be resolved, or they will be resolved at that instance, because it is a perennial issue. all of the ones that are coming, the ministers, the leaders, the directors, they know about it. So it's not something that they will say, oh, let's investigate. There's nothing there to investigate because the issues are there, and they are the same issues for the same years. So we came up with certain things. We said, in as much as the minister said that the board members are being supervised by institutions, they are representing institutions. We have an individual from the Bar Association, we have someone from SLAJ, we have someone from the Interreligious Council, the engineers, and so on and so forth. So first, we are going to write letters to them saying that the people that you sent here, they are not representing the interests of us, the staff, and the corporation, and by extent, to a large extent, the nation as a whole. So we want you to withdraw those people and bring other people and recommend others. These are individual letters we are going to send to all of the institutions, including our own person, our own SLAJ, because we've sent it first orally to SLAJ, and we are going to put it in writing for the records. Okay. And also we'll be writing a letter to the president, because the president is the father of the nation. And SLBC, one critical aspect, SLBC is a legacy. It's one of the legacy of President Julius Malaba. Exactly. And I do not believe President Julius Malaba will want to sit down and look at someone or some people sit down to tarnish or to spoil that which he has built. You understand? And currently the SLBC is closer to ruins. That is something we will not hide. We will say it. So I believe the president must involve. We want to speak to him directly. Right. This is one thing I will write a letter to him. And also, there are documents that we were asked to collect. We'll collect those documents for management. We have to write letters and send it to the necessary authorities, so on and so forth. And also, finally, we'll be writing a letter to the Inspector General of Police, because you know we've put out 21-day ultimatum. Okay. So we are saying this to inform him ahead. So when the letters come to him, he will not be in surprise or he will not be shocked, because you know the SLBC is one security architecture of the nation. Okay. So we'll be writing a letter to them.
Thank you very much, Emmanuel Samoa. And finally, Amos Bangura. Let's talk about your relationship with other disability organizations to move the business of disables forward.
Our organization has a close partnership with each and every disability organization and OPDs and even those that are working relatively with disability organizations. We have a close partnership with them. We are working hand in glove to see that the activities of disability issue move forward.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. He is Amos Bangura, Admin Manager, Disability Awareness Action Group. Well, that's how we end the podium for this afternoon. Many thanks to my studio guest, Emmanuel Samoa, staff member of the SLBC, Mohamed Lamin Toure from MOBA, and Harold Thomas from the Ministry of Health, and Amos Bangura. My producer has been Salma Tabba. Before we go, our quote for today came from Jason Medina, an international author, and it says, it becomes a domino effect as infected people took foolish risks knowing full well they could spread the virus. Well, my name is Daphne Zaina Kama. The podium returns tomorrow, same time. Stay with the SLBC. Goodbye.
Kobena tumana nirea. Hello no dem baba tempo. African tempo. Guye dani jigi le ma tempo lena. Nde nani jigi le ma baba no lena. African tempo le.
African Temple. This is not the program where they give you the opportunity for see videos of artists them way my papa years, but they play some of the audios there until you get the opportunity for see some of them in video, you know. And SLBC is the only TV station where they satisfy your musical pleasure for sure. My name is Michael Thomas Johnny Sebore. This week we get a very good selection of good African Temple, and we make sure see we satisfy una, and all watching una they ask for, we make sure say we give una then videos there. As we go, now so we they progress. We they take us step by step and make sure say we satisfy una. Info encore, salut, chers téléspectateurs. We they come give una one video where they come out right down Zimbabwe. This man no dey anymore. He name na Oliver Umtukudzi, you know the anymore, make his soul rest in peace. You get follow say some the artists then they where they don't make name musically, they create an impact na the country, and the type of music where they get not only hits na the country but it's all over Africa and all over the world. In name now Oliver Umtukudzi. He dey in future because now a remix he do with this group what they call Lady Smith Black Mambazo from South Africa, and the title na Neria. Neria na just an advice to a lady named Neria. Say God they in control. Make sure say the problems not overcome you the love or the dream what you get for yourself. A very good message, and I believe say una go really appreciate. Once more, in name na Oliver Umtukudzi, and the title of the video na Neria.
Saore moyo kaneria Mariane we Mariane we ganeri Mariane we Kuvirwa ne murume andat Zinona moyo we kushinga Saore moyo kaneria Mariane we Saore moyo kaneria Mariane we Mariane we Size mhlabeni alusakethi nantandane Kuthankala izinyembezi Kuthankala izinyembezi Nantu size mhlabeni Saore moyo kaneria Mariane we Saore moyo kaneria Mariane we Mariane we kaneria Mariane we Upenyo emindupe Warira mepo zeziezo Saore moyo kaneria Mariane we Saore moyo kaneria Mariane we Shinga moyo shinga Mariane we Baba Neria Neria Mariane we Neria Mariane we Neria Neria Mariane we Saore moyo kaneria Maria newe usawore moyo kaneria Maria newe shinga moyo shinga Maria newe rofurune janji kutsaura vane danana usawore moyo kaneria Maria newe usawore moyo kaneria Maria newe Maria newe kaneria Maria newe neria neria Maria newe neria neria Maria newe neria neria Maria newe neria neria wo sabore moyo kaneria Maria newe sabore moyo kaneria Maria newe Maria newe neria Maria newe kuvirwa nemurume anda zvinotoda moyo wekuzhingaira usavore moyo kaneria Maria newe usavore moyo kaneria Maria newe shingaira kaiweneria Maria newe neria neria mwana Maria newe neria neria Maria newe
I believe say this first video I really appreciate. We can't take on a write down Congo DRC. This woman begin for sing with the Afri jazz from Congo DRC, created by Roshiro Tabuli, and somebody we in love with, and they able to forget one picking. This woman in name na Mbilia Bell. This na Marie in biologically na Marie Claire Umboya Moseka, but everybody sabi her as Mbilia Bell. It came into music through Abiti Masikini, and Roshiro Tabule get for pick him up as a dancer, and from the he test in vocal talent, and yes, able for succeed. When una dey watch this video, una go see when it be start with this particular video and how able for transform in life. Because some people, when they get money, they go find a way for transform their culture, their tradition, or maybe forget about a lot of goodies, or change in color when it begets. And I saw this woman do. But the music is very good. The title here now faux pas, a bad step, or a mistake. Yeah, they talk about in rival. Somebody will come tell and say you man with other woman who behind her. But if you don't make a mistake already, and if you don't born picking with this man already, so there is no way for let it go fight with a rival where you don't born picking for this man already. All what he knows he do now for let the man is responsible for him picking. A very good message. So you will really don't born for somebody, make sure so you take and dear so that trouble no go come, or maybe you know go for a blessing for them picking there. Once more in name now Marie Claire Umboyo Moseka, where everybody they call Mbelia Bell, and the title of the video now faux pas, a bad step or a mistake na life. African Temple, the only program where they give the best of good African videos.